Okay. Check, test. Testing over. This is where Andreski's hosted, I think. You can mute it.
I assume we want to start at the beginning. Is that where you want to start, Mr., or did you have a direction you wanted to go? Is that what you said?
I would suggest that John should take us through whatever he wants to take us through.
Fine with me. Is it okay with everybody else?
All right.
John, is it your guesswork will go kind of in sequence from beginning to end, or are you going to skip around or what?
I just want to go over the email first that kind of highlights some of the things that are significantly different.
No.
We started out, I'm going to say early in August, and the budget, we had revenue equal expenses. And then we had a discussion about the SSUT and things like that. And so we made changes. As a result of all of that, we're currently slightly under $170,000 in the deficit.
Deficit.
That's after the SSUT goes to school and some other adjustments. I looked at revenue, we got the abstracts from the county. We took 98% of the abstract, and that raised revenue a bit. And we looked at TVA, and it doesn't seem to be any impact on TVA, so we bumped TVA just a little.
Now,
And
when
so the
John,
net
you tell
is
us
170.
170, that's with all the 3 weeks changes now, or without them?
No, that's where we are right now today.
With the 3
all-
weeks changes, okay.
All the changes,
Just-
and I'll go through the stuff.
Just want to be clear, thank
John,
you.
do you anticipate when we carry over, since we did take away all training and excess spending for the year, what do you expect us to be, in the black or the red?
Black.
How much in the black? Do you have a good estimate?
Okay, I'm going to give you some historical numbers, and you can draw your own conclusion. Historically, we wind up with about $1 million in lapse, payroll lapse. We cut out approximately $500,000 in the training, the marketing, things like that. The only other thing would be, you know, the history on encumbrances. At the end of the year, we have a large number of encumbrances that don't get executed, don't get carried forward. I would venture to say that's probably somewhere in the vicinity of $1 million. So I'm thinking from that standpoint, your plus. Revenues are tracking pretty well. Some of the collections, you know, with activity fees and stuff like that are down, so there might be a little bit of offset to that. But I think revenues will hit at budget, maybe slightly higher. So if I had to take a wild stab, and I do emphasize this is a swag, I'm going to go with about $3 million.
Thank you.
And repeat what that 3 million is again?
That's the addition to the unassigned fund balance in the general fund at the end of FY20. So that's where we finish revenue versus expenses at the end of 20.
And it would be, John, correct me if I'm wrong here, with that, those monies, we've got to consider the purchase of our rights of way south on Highway 20 and the firehouse, is that right?
That's already plugged into the existing unassigned balance. This is new addition to the unassigned balance.
That's since you gave us the approximate zero level.
Right. Where we had Kerry Matthews solution and the firehouse and the overpass, and it left about 96,000.
So let's just go over that. Unassigned fund balance right now, I know we have some things that are earmarked. We have the addition to the Highway 20 right-of-way, which was 4.2, 4.5?
4.3,
Okay.
something.
That is taken care of, correct?
Yes,
That-
as of Friday, we've plugged out on all those projects.
And that, this is a side note today at 4:45 when we're voting on police chief. We will also, that has come through from the federal government for us to sign for that right-of-way. We'll go ahead and approve that as well. We knew that was going to require a special call. It also has the firehouse,
At
Station 5.
3 million, to which I think we've spent to date about 17,000 of it. And that does not include, that's 3 million plus the architectural fee, which I believe is 250. 250,000.
Is that right, 250, Tracy? Okay. Is that all that's earmarked out of that, John?
And then there was Kerry Matthews Solution was 2.5 million. That takes it to about 96, I believe.
Now, the only one that's been voted on is the right-of-way.
That's correct.
Well, we voted on the architecture and the.
And then
Yes.
engineering,
How much was Kerry Matthews?
2.5.
Carl, are you on the line?
I am.
Mr. Jackson, are you on the line?
I am.
Let's discuss Kerry Matthews. I know, Mr. Jackson, you and I had a conversation last week, and I think subsequently you and Carl had a conversation. Carl, I believe you are bringing to council, which option did Mr. Jackson prefer?
I believe the option I would recommend is to renovate, I guess basically gut the inside of the building and renovate the inside of the building. That would be my recommendation.
What was the cost of that, Carl? I know we have those paperwork. I don't have it right in front of me, but I can get it.
They gave a range, so if you want to hit sort of in the middle as far as budgeting standpoint, I would put construction somewhere around 1.5 million and give about 200,000 for architect/engineering fees. And I'm currently got phone calls out to try to set up a meeting with an architect to get a proposal in place.
Thank you.
So we're looking at like 1.7? Yeah, that's what that would be again, that would be my swag for today would be about 1.7 total. Okay, thank you.
You had that 2.5, is that correct?
Yes.
So we can deduct the 1.7 from the 2.5. So what would that make that unassigned balance with that?
Between 8 and 900,000.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So I'd just like to go through the email on the highlights. We talked about the 170 and the impact of SSUT. There's no longer a crossing designation, so when you look at the sales tax numbers in the budget, that sales tax number, be careful when you compare it to prior years, because prior years had a separate line for crossings, and in '21, there is no separate line for crossings. It's in the regular sales tax. The calculation for Tier 2 to Tier 1 is included in the personnel numbers. We have a balloon payment in FY '22. And so let me give you a feel for the debt service. In 19, the debt service was scheduled at 5 mil. In 20, the debt service dropped to 4 mil. And then in 22, it goes up to 6 mil. So what we did is level it at 5 mil and went with, because it dropped from 4 to 5, keeping the debt service money at the 5 mil, carrying it over as a reserve, leaves it 5 flat across those 4 years and allows us to pay off the balloon payment without having to spike the debt service.
The balloon payment is on the Lazy River pump
Yes.
line?
That, we'll get rid of that. That'll put us in a good position,
Yes, it will.
bond-wise and everything else.
And I think I applaud the forward-looking that you've done to level it off, because otherwise, without that forward look, we would see a big hit of an extra $2 million next year that
Yes.
it would be, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, it would be painful. There are no new positions. The metal coverage, we talked about the splits. We looked at a whole bunch of different split options. And with discussion with the mayor, myself, what we looked at is 87% across the board. What that does is the families are currently at 87%, so there's no impact on the families, other than we programmed in a 4% anticipated increase. On the single side, with the 4% factored in, the single monthly charge goes from $40.50 to $62.46.
60 what?
$62.46.
You say it was family?
Family is, with the 4%, family's gonna be $154.26,
What is it, 140 today?
$140.50. So now, when we advertise employment with the city, we can say we pay 87% of medical across the board. When we get increases, any increase going forward, the city would pay 87, the employee would pay 13.
I think that'll help us as a city to know what's going to happen as well. So,
Well, it's nice to be able, before when it was different percentages, you couldn't stand up and say, oh, work for the city, other than we got a good benefit package. Now you could say, like you see commercials where they say, we pay 90% of medical, we pay 100% of medical. We can say we pay 87% of medical.
What percentage of our employees take part in the individual versus?
Probably one for Rochelle.
That's
a Rochelle question.
Rochelle, are you on the line?
I am. I'm looking it up right now. Give me just a second.
Thank you.
I think it's pretty close, if my memory serves me right. It's like
About 30% are single, and about
I would hope 70.
73% are family.
73 and 30.
30 and how many?
73.
70.
30.
Well, roughly, not rough numbers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Really?
One question, John, in this budget that we've been given, is the COLA addressed or is the 1.5% raise?
The only pay increases in this budget are the step increases.
And those are what, 1.5?
1.5. No.
Step increases are
2.5.
Okay, 2.5, thank you.
2.5.
Hold on a second. Did John say that the COLA is addressing it at 1.5?
It is not,
It is not.
It is not. Okay, all right.
just the step increase.
Did you run numbers to see if the COLA is addressed, how much that would be?
1% COLA equates to $400,000 to $450,000 to the city. That's,
We're looking at roughly $700,000 for 1.5.
yes, sir. That includes.
Okay, thank you.
That includes the up in retirement, there is an increase to the FICA, and there's an impact on overtime.
Okay. Let me ask you this though. What if, and I know that's not on the table now, but what if we did whatever number we decided on at a one-time pay increase, John, then that doesn't impact overtime or anything like that. If we did it as a one-time, that our employees get something, but it goes towards their retirement, but it will not impact other things like overtime. And it's not recurring on our city's budget from this point until infinity. I mean, for the rest of time.
Rochelle,
I guess I would at least like to look at that as we start to break down numbers. And I understand it's not in there right now, but I would like to at least start looking at a one-time pay increase versus a COLA because it's more beneficial in so many different ways, and we can break that down based on based on however we want to break it down. So our employees, the upper end get less or the lower end get more, or we can do it evenly throughout. But I just think that if we're going to look at if we're gonna come back later and even consider putting the COLA back in, even though, again, I'm aware it's not in there now, I think I would rather look at a one-time pay increase instead of a COLA. So that's just my thought, and, we'll leave that there for, discussion a little bit later in this conversation.
Yeah, we would just have to determine how we're gonna structure it. I would defer the retirement impact to Rochelle on that, but we can talk about, we have the personnel numbers and everything else, whether it's a flat rate or a percentage or whatever, so we can deal with that.
Okay, that's fine. I just, like I said, I understand it's not in there now, but at some point, I'd like to come back and, before we adopt the budget, and look at least a one-time, again, for so many reasons, many cities are going to a one-time versus a COLA because it's perpetual. And again, it impacts those employees right here, right now, if we do the one-time. So anyway, I'd like for us to keep that in mind if we come back and start discussing the COLA. That's it.
Thank you.
Sir?
Nothing would make us happier than to be able to come at mid-year in 21, that we have the revenues to be able to support that.
I'm sorry, you hear that?
Do we need to discuss whether or not we want to, how we want the health premiums to affect those that are retired? Because they've always been what the actives have been.
I have not taken that under consideration. If you want to discuss that, that's fine.
Well, if we don't, I think you're going to need to give us some guidance on what that would cost,
We can take a look at that.
okay? Because if we don't do something, it will have an impact. I think there's probably two solutions. One, that they would pay what employees pay, which is what I believe that is what they currently do. The other one would be to grandfather them in. And personally, I don't know why we would do that other than
I'll get with Rochelle and we'll look at.
not giving them an
numbers.
increase. So I think we need to look at that. So,
Thank you.
thank you, Rochelle, for bringing that to my attention.
You're welcome.
Next was we added, after some discussion, $500K for police vehicles and the associated equipment. That's basically capital expenditure, so it was offset by appropriation fund balance.
Okay, but now, while I'm very appreciative of this, you said you took it out of the general fund. In the past, that came out of the old crossings.
Correct.
And so in effect, to put it back in, to get back in the rotation, if funds don't increase, we're looking at problems. So I just want the council to be aware that we are not building that into our recurring, which I think we're only replacing half of them to begin with, and we're taking it out of the general fund instead of funding it. And next year, the council is going to have to look at a way to pay for that out of something other than the general fund.
Such as?
Out of the, instead of the unassigned fund balance. Right now,
All we're doing in the unassigned fund balance this one time.
well, you can say that, but the fact of the matter is that revenues are down. And so that's why we're doing it in half and we're using the unassigned fund balance.
Correct.
If revenues don't come back, we can't do that.
And we would put
And
it
then
in
there
the
gonna have
budget
to
and
be
have to
some-
make adjustments elsewhere.
Well, I mean, I just think the next council is going to have to be very aware of that because I think that we got into trouble before because we weren't replacing vehicles. And then all of a sudden, we had to find a way to do that. We worked very hard to keep it budgeted. And so I'm very concerned that we not only have reduced it in half, but that we're paying for it out of the unassigned fund balance.
And I agree with you. And if we had not had the written agreement with the school system from 2010 on finishing out the crossings fund, that I would probably think differently, but that was in writing and that was a promise.
I'm not suggesting that the crossing fund not go to the school system. It was done. I'm just making a statement that
No, I
we
agree
had
with
gotten into the habit of funding that, and
I totally agree with you, but I'm sure some media will probably say that we took that away, and that is absolutely not true. That was
no.
from an existing contract that a previous council had with the school system.
No, I agree.
I can provide you with that document if you'd like
What
it.
it basically comes down to with the crossings is the designation goes away, so it gets treated as regular sales tax, so they get 25%.
And John, let me ask you this. I believe these police car expenditure is the only capital item that has even been looked at.
Yes.
So I guess my thought is, if you're going to look at capital in December, why not look at the police cars in December and see what you have as a positive,
It was put in there because of the discussion that was had prior to. It can be,
I basically said I wouldn't approve any budget that cut out police cars. I mean, because of the discussion I just had, if we get away from that practice,
It's hard to catch up.
It's going to be impossible to
Wasn't that why we
catch
have the
up.
fleet manager to create that replacement program?
Excuse me?
it was, but I mean, if
It's
you're
here.
only going to look at police vehicles, then really are you only looking at one side of the coin? Because you have other fleets that need to be looked at and kept in the same rotation.
what I envision for the future is we're to the point where we've got a handle on our assets. So you've got vehicles and equipment throughout the city where we're going to be able to evaluate and have council say, okay, we want to use X amount of dollars to replace. And then we go through the whole list citywide, not to any particular department, just like you do roads, worst to best, vehicles, worst to best. And whatever the number is, when we talk about priorities up front, when we're doing the budget formulation, one of the things would be, okay, how much do you want to spend on vehicles as a starting point?
Well, we're not going to have any money for that discussion, so I won't support
No,
that.
well, it's in there. It's in there.
I understand. Going back to that, I understand that logic, but I cannot, we don't have any money for
It's
that.
there. And that number was with the discussion with the police chief. It's not a number I pulled out of the air.
Well,
John,
but
correct me
but
if
again,
I'm-
my question is, that is not the only capital item, of course, that will be needed for next year.
Well,
And
no, we
since
talked about
I
it.
asked you at the beginning, at the end of this fiscal year, where do you see us? And you said, what, 3 million in the positive? That should certainly take care of those cars.
And what you're looking at, that amount of money that we have left, when you take into account that Ricky's looking for $650,000 for that.
Yep.
And 3 fire department vehicles, that's pretty much gonna wipe everything out.
John, correct me if I understood this correctly. In that concept you just mentioned, that in the past, there essentially hasn't been a plan in place. We've gathered suddenly and said, let's do this, but there hasn't been a plan in place. What you're suggesting is some formulation of the beginnings of a plan, which no plan is perfect, but it starts somewhere.
It's no different than how the paving evolved. Used to have paving where we used to do projects and they used to spread it across the district so that everybody kind of got a road paved or whatever. Well, we're doing almost the same thing with vehicles. We're looking at each department. We say, okay, fire department, you can have this. Parks and Rec, you can have this. Police department, you can have that. And it doesn't take into account the general condition of everything. Where now we've evolved with the roads, where we look at the total condition of the roads and determine, okay, based on this assessment, this is what we're going to do. I think that's the discussion you at least have to start off with a determination for a year, hey, this is what we're going to buy.
So you essentially want to put all vehicles in the city in one pot and then go with worst to best?
Yes.
And then that will be a placement. I understand what you're saying.
Utilizing the data that Jeff has collected.
That's correct. That's correct. So he's done even inventories, he's gone with the vehicle rep from each department, and they've looked at, general condition. He's got all the data on the vehicles, mileage, maintenance costs, all those things. So he can pretty much look at conditions which are very poor, average, good, excellent type of thing.
Has the safety department been involved in that process as well?
I do not believe so.
I think they need to look at those vehicles as well. I know we've had
Well,
Rodney look
I
at some,
think
yeah.
it becomes evident when you have the person from that department going, they'll tell them, hey, it's poor because, it's got questionable brakes or something,
What was your question that you started off with there? It just said, which department?
Me?
Just now.
I didn't really have one, I'm not sure.
But you said had a certain department been included.
For capital?
Safety,
She
okay.
said safety.
Yeah, safety, I'm sorry.
Okay, very
I
good,
apologize,
thank
yeah.
you. I'm just trying to catch up
Yeah,
with the
I'm sorry.
conversation.
He's also tagging any repair or maintenance that happens
Good.
to a specific vehicle.
So we-
So we
Okay.
can
Because they-
analytically give you answers.
For instance, just because a vehicle is old doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be replaced. It might have just gotten a new transmission, a new engine or whatever, and has kind of been rejuvenated, so those types of things are what Jeff's looking at, so.
Has Jeff completed every asset we have now? Or what percentage of our?
I think he's not done, he's very close.
Good, good.
Okay. Okay. The next item, and what I'd like to do next, we'll come back to it, but we need to talk about the appropriations
Okay.
and go through those, okay? The next item is the retirement rates, the final retirement rates for '21. As far as employer contribution, we don't have those yet, so that might result in some sort of adjustment. We don't have the final medical rates, but we built in a 4% increase. Payroll. If you recall, I had mentioned that we had about historically $1 million worth of lapse, payroll lapse in payroll across the entire city. That number has held up pretty well. We can't tell you where it's going to happen, but we know it's going to happen. So what we did was make a $1 million adjustment to overall payroll to account for that. The impact of that is you don't have as much wiggle room as you had in previous years with overlapping positions and things like that. If somebody comes and says, well, I've got a vacancy and I want to hire a temp instead of that vacancy, or want to do something, well, that lapse is part of that 1 million. So we just have to be careful in executing the budget, how we use payroll lapse.
Hey, Rochelle, do we know when we may get that medical, I know we've put a placeholder of 4%. Do we know when we'll get the actual?
We typically get that around the end of August, 1st of September.
Okay.
Okay, when we, two more items. One, training, we limited the training to training required for certifications. So like CEUs and CEUs that support a certification that are required by the job, paramedics, electrical building inspectors, things like that.
To be clear, John, for example, when we hire a class of police officers,
That's
X
it.
amount of training,
That's it.
that required part of training is not cut.
That's correct.
I know historically, the council would attend like league training. Is that included still? I mean, you'll have
I think,
pretty much a new council.
I think council is. I think that might be the only one that we didn't.
Is
Because of
included or
the
is not
new,
included?
because of the new council and
Right.
everything
I would
else. But
highly recommend
let me
that.
double check.
Yeah.
They also are looking for some online options as
Yeah,
well.
okay.
Yeah, like the
Yes, Chris.
League of Municipalities and
I just knew we took advantage of
Alabama
that
League
as well.
training.
It's beneficial, and you're gonna have a new council, so I thought.
You're saying is or is not included?
It is because of the new council.
Are we anticipating that if we do any of this online, that it'll be higher or lower cost?
Should be lower.
It'd be lower because of the hotel,
Mileage.
mileage, all that.
Very good, thank you.
And the last item is, we were notified by DU that they changed their software on the trash billing. And so it's going to require a rate increase monthly rate increase, and I showed you on the email for residential, we increased by the CPI automatically. That's allowable by ordinance. In addition to the CPI, residential would have to go up 30 more cents to a total of 41 cents a month. The commercial would have to go up 31 cents to a total of 54 cents. And the extra car would have to go up 30 cents to 35 cents a month.
When will these go into effect?
Excuse me?
When do they go in effect?
1 October. Is there any questions, any other questions on any of that?
So you said the increase in revenue has not been budgeted?
That's correct. The expense has, but the revenue has not.
So what does that do if we,
If you adopt those rates, I
Yes.
believe that equates to 75,000, wasn't it?
Without the rate increase, you're gonna be short 75,000.
Right, so if you adopt the rates, that adds 75,000 to revenue.
so does that change the number from 169 to about 100
To
or
about
95?
95, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. I got you.
To make things easier, about 90% of the accounts that are billed for trash are gonna be in your residential rate.
Okay, yeah.
If it's just,
Let me say that as far as the discussion we had on vehicles, I am fine with prioritizing vehicles as long as there's money in there to do it. Okay? Not that it has to be just police. My point is that we went to a lot of trouble to get vehicles funded. And for me to have no vehicle money available would be a no vote for me.
Understood.
I have no problem with prioritizing vehicles. So it doesn't have to be police. And in fact, I'd like to change that from police to prioritized vehicles, if that's all right with everybody.
yeah, that's what
I
I'm saying.
appreciate it, thank you.
I do believe that once we start there, eventually we'll end up in some form of hybrid plan. The one thing that we all know is the biggest chunks that come up periodically are both police and fire, and those are categories that you can't go a very long period without.
Well,
Well-
it also includes garbage trucks and.
Well, but the
vac
thing of it
trucks,
is
everything.
that let's face it, you can't buy a fire truck for $500,000. They're more than that. A garbage truck, you might be able to, but that's gonna be difficult, and I know that if we back this up and include fire in that, when Chief Grandy came, the average age of our fleet was almost 13 years old. And correct me if I'm wrong, it needs to be in the single digits, around 5 to 7.
Yes, sir.
Now, that's the recommended. I don't know where we are right now today, but I know we're not at 13.
Yes, sir.
And I just don't want to see us lose the momentum that we have gained and suffer that, because it is such a difficult hurdle to get over that we've got to have that in there.
There's two ways, when you talk about prioritization, there's two ways to look at it. You could say, okay, we want to spend $2 million, you make your list, you go down the list. 2 million, you draw a line.
Yeah.
Or you look at the list, running total, see how far you want to go down, and you say, okay, we're going to go down to this dollar level, to whatever you're comfortable with, based on what vehicles you're seeing in the ranking.
Well,
I mean, there's two ways.
it's got to be better than just, well, this is what we can afford. There's got to be some discipline there that says, this is our makeup. We know historically we need X amount of money to fund for vehicles. And that's where we need to get to, not where, okay, we cut $500,000 off, or we cut $1.5 million off because we don't have the revenue. And we let It's no different than grass cutting, it's no different than road paving. It's an essential part of governmental business.
I do believe we're all essentially talking about something approximately the same thing. We might be looking at a different window, but I certainly agree that prioritizing is part of the evaluation. Just because you prioritize doesn't mean you can't either slow it or speed it up given years based on revenues.
My problem was there was nothing in the budget,
I
period.
understand.
Okay?
There's no capital in the budget.
Well, I
yeah.
understand, but that falls on us because we would be choosing to not have any capital.
And what we're looking at is the private sector would not work that way.
What would have
You can't.
happened in this case is...
I totally agree with you, Chuck, and I think this council's worked way too hard
Yes.
to hire an asset manager, and we've brought fire up, we've brought police up. Absolutely, it's been the priority of
And
this
I'm not
council.
sure that $500,000 is the right amount.
I think it probably isn't, but that is a problem the new council will have to decide.
But again, the process that we established, since I've been here, is to take the number from the audit, add it to the existing unassigned balance, go out to the departments and have them make the business case for replacements sometime in the spring. We weren't able to do it this year because of COVID. We didn't know where revenues were going to be or anything else, so we just bypassed that. Now what we're seeing is we're in a position where there are some vehicles that, due to condition and lead time, such as garbage trucks, we have to address.
John, do we know annually what time of the year the state bid list comes out?
That's a Charles question.
The reason I ask that, if we go out in spring, but that's when certain models are beginning to dry up and not become available, it becomes a factor in how you might plan for that.
It changes from year to year, like, depending on what dealers do. We've got, like, for instance, the fire department in discussion with their vehicles. There happens to be one dealer that bought up a whole bunch of black and white SUVs. And so that person, even though we're past
Also
the
No,
deadlines, is still selling.
That they actually altered the schedule what can be done.
Please, because.
I said I would do it as prioritized
That's-
vehicles.
And I will too, I think that's probably the best way to continue on the future.
Okay, any other questions, comments? or anything?
I do have a question, back to the DU increase in their software for the trash pickup. If it is a software upgrade, well then, I mean, that's not a recurring cost, is it? Once they pay for that software, that's done, right?
Well, once you increase, well, there's probably a maintenance charge annually too, but once you do this increase, we should be at that level to be able to cover that. This isn't increase it and then decrease it next year. You're going to increase it, it's going to stay at that level.
I believe at the last meeting, they were discussing, and I can forward you if I haven't already forwarded, but if there was some discussion about an email platform or something additionally, they would have to.
I guess my question is, in the future, would it not behoove them to at least make the council aware that they're looking at an upgrade to prepare the council for an increase in rates?
Yeah, but I mean,
if it
I
has to
usually
happen, that's fine,
communicate.
but we still have to find money. So we're talking about vehicles, if we're going to have to find a rate increase for garbage, we need to know
Where
that so we
did
can plug it in.
Brad was just stuck his
Right
head
there.
in. Do you see?
You just walked outside.
I was going to say, was he even aware that there was a software
No.
change? No. I do agree that.
Well, I'm
Where
aware
it
of it,
came
but I
up,
don't
we get
think-
an annual letter from DU with all the different charges, the money coming back to us and so on and so forth. And when we see the charge for trash billing, we compare it to what it is. We look at the CPI. Is the CPI sufficient to cover what they're saying the cost is going to be? We saw that it wasn't, so we knew there was something up. We called over to DU and said, hey, what happened? You got a big bump. And that's when they explained what happened.
And let me put this question out there because I think it's going to be either confused by the public or rejected as if it's double talked by the public. But a trash billing is generated originally by the city. We do the trash work, but DU does the billing. So you're kind of into a kaleidoscope picture of seeing that because of their software change, our billing goes up.
This is no different than the county collecting ad valorem.
Chuck, were you about to say that you don't see it being recurring, that once they
No, I just was going to ask if Brad had been informed that this was, and does he see it being an ongoing type expense? That's all.
I was present for the presentations of their software, but I didn't ask that question. I didn't think about it coming to us. So I don't know that they did either, but I'm sure Brad wasn't notified.
Yeah.
Should we tie that rate to something other than the CPI, to another index that's more appropriate?
No, I think that's a lot, is that our ordinance?
It is, but we could change the ordinance to tie it to
Yeah.
another index.
I mean, CPI is the CPI, I don't know whether.
That goes down some
something-
years too, though, so, you know.
But I don't think it's, I mean, we only raise it if we feel we need that increase to cover whatever that cost is. We don't, it's not a moneymaker for us.
No, but the CPI would help to make that more.
Well, it tells you what the CPI is in the
It
ordinance.
is.
and
I
that's it.
understand that, but the CPI is more relevant to the day's wages, right?
Right. Well-
So it doesn't matter what the day's wages of, if our increases are still going up, we've still got to get there.
Right.
So,
But
you know,
what would you replace it with? That's the thing.
I don't know. I don't know legally we could. I thought you
CPI
might.
is pretty reasonable. It's probably been less than 2%.
Wait, I think it was 0.6 this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Just making
so
sure.
it's not a, and that's why we're having to do a separate increase outside the CPI.
Gotcha. So that will require an outside vote to raise those garbage rates, the billing on that, right? We'll have to do that as a separate.
I'll talk with Herman about a separate resolution, or is it implied whether it's in the budget or not?
If you change the rate increase other than the CPI, you've got to change the ordinance.
No.
But the CPI change would not require a vote?
The ordinance says I can raise the trash billing rate by the CPI without going to council.
That's right.
It requires council action, not necessarily an ordinance. It could be a resolution that these are going to be the trash increases to the trash billing rate. I don't think you need an ordinance to.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
We'll get there in the word.
Yep.
Anything
Okay.
else?
Well, now appropriations, if there's no other questions or comments. I don't know, Mr. Jackson, have anything?
Mr. Jackson, do you have any questions?
About the appropriations?
No, sir, about the, all the things we just talked about. We're just now going to appropriation.
No. Well, actually, I was sitting there, I was listening about CPI, and of course, we put CPI in several councils ago just so that we could have incremental increases that would kind of buffer and help the city through the process.
Yes, sir.
I fully understand that sometimes it comes in where, the increases exceed, in this situation, like in this situation, they exceed what CPI is going to do, but in the long run, I think it kind of balances out. So, yeah, we'll have more discussion about that, but yeah, I'm okay with it as where we are right now.
Okay. All right. You were, I'll show you, this is the sheet I'm working on. You should all have.
Okay. Can we go with this, though? No, I mean, can we go with the
Well, I
budget?
mean, you
that
can
have?
use that, but this has historical data on it.
Okay. Where, was that emailed to us, or do we have to
Yes.
print a copy?
What, that's 2-3 weeks ago?
Can you give us the date?
I'll look it up.
It'd be quick for me to just run and make copies.
Yes.
If we need. Don't do anything wrong.
Looks like 8-4.
Paige, I'm gonna run to the left right.
All right. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There it is. Hard to read.
John, I did find it from 8-4, if that matters to you.
Do I need to go make copies?
I can pull it
Can you
up on the
pull it
TV
up?
if you guys are looking for historical.
Okay.
I just don't want to run you to death.
All right, well, okay. I have it too, if there's any questions, we can go.
Which one is it?
Do you want,
Go ahead.
do you want to start off with the ones that you want to talk about the transfer to the school first, and then we can go
We can
on
do
from
that.
there?
Let's see. Let me get that here.
And this way we can,
File.
presentation did we say this was?
Fifth,
He sent a email on the 4th of August that you should have a copy of,
Okay.
or the very last of the
Yeah.
budget, page 159.
159, thank you.
Yes, if you'd like for me to talk about this. John and I went and met with the school system on the SSI,
SSUT.
there you go, tax.
What was that again? SS?
UT.
Simplified Seller's Use Tax.
Gotcha.
And we talked with them about these allocations, if anyone else would like to put those in. One was the Boys and Girls Club of North Alabama, $100,000. Let's see, the next one was the Community Action Partnership for the Foster Grandparents. Although they said currently they were not going to allow anyone into the school, so that would be put on hold, but they were fine with taking that on as well. The Morgan County Child Advocacy Center, $21,000. And then also one more, which was the Decatur Youth Symphony for $15,000. And that total, I can't remember what it was, but to make it an even $200,000 of earmarked funds that would come from us, I asked them to put that remaining cost into the public library. And it seemed like it was about $40,000, and that made it an even $200,000. They were fine with that. And then they have $300,000 to do with what they would like, so.
Did you say foster grandparents, youth symphony, child advocacy, and boys and girls club?
Yes, and the.
141,700?
Yes, and the rest would be to the library, to make it an even 200.
Okay.
141.
I guess one of the things that I would like to recommend is that as a special one-time type thing, would be an extra $100,000 going to the health department from that amount. Because I think that they have gone above and beyond, and they are certainly helping the school systems as well as the city. And I would like that to be, so that would be added to the,
I don't have no problem taking that to them, and I totally agree with
So-
you. I don't think they would have a problem with that, but.
But as
they
a
work
one time
closely.
is what you're saying?
it's
One
one time only, that's all.
And I can,
But-
I'll speak with Ms. Duke and Mandy today.
But I think that would be appropriate to, because I think the health department needs all the help they can get right now.
Paige, can you go over again which of those items come out of the school money? Boys and girls, foster
You can have that
grandparents?
copy right
Thank you.
there. You're welcome.
One comment.
Yes.
Okay. It sums up to 200,000, but as far as its hit against the budget, it's only 100,000 because Boys and Girls Club was funded at zero.
Right.
Right.
So we're only saving
Yes.
100,000.
Let me ask you, the suggestion is that we fund the Boys and Girls Club at what rate, at what level?
We don't, the city schools would.
I mean, it's gonna come out of their 25%, their quarter of
Yes, sir.
the tax revenue, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at what level are we looking at doing that?
Their
I
request,
mean, are we?
their request of 100,000.
There,
Okay. Now, again, I understand that it's gonna be coming out of their 25%, but I won't agree to, having them earmark that. I think that if they choose to do it, I'm okay with that, but I'm not, I won't support, putting an earmark on for them to do that. So, just for the record ahead of time.
For any or just that one?
For that particular one.
Okay.
I think that they need to accept some of, I don't disagree that, I don't disagree that it might be wise for them to absorb some of the things that they should probably be absorbing, in lieu of, the online sales tax and things of that nature coming over in their direction. But that's one of the things that I think that, the Boys and Girls Club sort of does a great job of duplicating many of the things that we and the school system do. So I won't, go along with, requiring them to earmark that amount for the Boys and Girls Club.
Yes, sir, understood.
Anyway, for the record.
So can we go through those one more time? I'm not coming up with.
okay, what it comes down to is 7,200 for grandparent, 13,500 youth symphony,
Yep.
21,000 for child advocacy.
John, I was actually going with the request on here, so youth safety was like 15.
Oh, I wasn't going by that.
Oh, okay. I was-
There's this is the actual request to council. You can change it wherever you want to, I was just.
Well,
going with
this
the
is,
original request.
okay, we could do that. If you want to go with the 21 request, that's fine. These numbers are what are in the budget. So this is the impact to the
On the
budget
budget.
where the savings is going to be. So it's,
So Paige, you were going with 20,000 for grandparents,
I
not
just,
72?
I went with whatever was in here, what they requested, these are the official allocation requests. I just went with that's what I took to the school system.
These are spare copies.
Yes, you can
oh,
have that.
that changes things. Okay.
Yeah, then
You
that
need to
total
copy
is
this,
not,
No, I'm good.
that
Yeah,
total's
that's why I
not
couldn't come up with the-
141,700 then. Because
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said, Christie.
the totals are, the total is not 141,700.
No, it's a little higher than that. I think the difference was a couple
It's
of thousand.
156.
Yeah, I guess
So that
something in that
means-
ballpark.
That means 44 will go against the budget for the library,
Correct.
bringing the total to 85,700.
The health department, in addition to what we did, or?
Oh, no, what I'm suggesting is out of the SSUT that's going to the schools, that we ask that 100,000 of that this year go to the health department.
Would you like to also fund the mental health department, because I know they're looking at some issues with kids and some issues, well, and if you look at child advocacy too, I mean,
Well, I mean, it's hard not to try to fund it all.
well, would you like to take that 100,000 and then disperse it to child advocacy, mental health?
Well, no,
and
we've
health
already
department?
got child advocacy.
Okay, but I'm talking about in lieu of this year that we know there's more cases, but that's totally up to you, it's your suggestion.
No, I mean, I'm throwing it out there if we want to break that up, but I don't know what the right amount is to give to the health department, but I do think that they've got some
Oh, absolutely.
one-time expenses that are going to be tremendous.
Can we just address them as a regular prop and then we'll discuss source? We'll just go through and see what we're going to cut, because there
Okay,
might be room in our budget
and I will ask,
if we
I will
take
talk to them this
certain
afternoon.
groups down, certain groups up, or whatever, so.
So you're saying 44,000 will go to the, minus 44,000 for the library?
That's correct. So it takes it to 397,936.
What were you wanting to do, John? Start at the top of appropriations,
Yep.
go over them one by one?
Yes, please.
If we did that, John, for Bang, can you kind of recap what just took place with the schools?
We met with the schools to discuss SSUT. Council favors providing 25% of the SSUT to the schools. We are able to earmark funds that they're getting. And we had a discussion about that, and that's what Council President was talking about, those particular items.
We have not talked to them about the 100,000 one-time fee. I will talk to them this afternoon about that. I don't think they'll have a problem with it, but
Could you go over the number that they agreed to appropriate?
I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy.
Okay.
Can we get them from out?
I'll take it.
Can we hear?
We've just talked about it.
I know, but obviously.
He has the copy now. It's the
Here.
ones we just talked about, and he has the copy.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to get it on video.
Here, grandparents is 20,000, youth symphony is 15,000, child advocacy is 21,000, boys and girls club is 100,000, library is then 44,000, for a grand total of 200,000.
What was the amount that you just said on foster grandparents?
20,000.
Yeah, it's not what's in the budget, it's what was requested, that's what this
Right.
is.
And again, they will hold that this year because they're not allowing them into the schools.
There's
Because
two,
of COVID.
there's two sets of numbers.
Yes.
The earmark and the adjustment to the budget. They're
Yes,
not the same.
they're not the
numbers.
same.
I just want to be sure what I wrote down, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do we, everybody have this? Because this is one I'm going to work from.
We're ready to go. Go.
Okay, good to go? Okay. First one, Carnegie Visual Arts Center, they're requesting 40,000. They're at the same 20, budget level of 18. What is your pleasure?
Okay, wait, are you going by the budget that we have, or are you going by your list? Because they're different.
My list is what's in the budget.
Okay.
First, I have public library.
Well, I'm going in alphabetical order. That's
Okay.
the only
So,
problem.
okay, that's
So give us a minute to find them, but
I can
yeah.
go, if you want me to go.
Hang on, I'm just going to.
I've got John's sequence on mine.
Yeah.
Well, I want to have something to write on, so I can do it on this, but he would need to wait on me to find where he's at.
Yeah.
Why don't I just have them from you?
Okay.
What is the foster grandparents listed under? Is it under?
Community action, I believe,
Okay,
Charles.
that's right. But looking at that, well, I come up with a different total than that 150 some that John discussed.
That's correct. That's why the library went to 44 instead of 41 or something. Yeah.
Well, I'm
Y'all can
showing the
change those
total of all
numbers.
those is
I don't care, I just wanted to make sure they were good with the earmark.
I'm showing the total of all those is well over 200. That's the reason I had a question.
No, the library is not even involved
No.
until you get those four total.
45, 64, 85. No, I get 100, Charles. They don't, so 44 for the library, 20 for the foster grandparent, 21 for child advocacy, 15 for youth. Now, coming out of the budget.
Oh, I see. There's a duplication. I have community action listed separately. I'm sorry.
There's two things. There's foster grandparent and there's Meals on Wheels.
Yeah, the Meals on Wheels is not part of this one.
That's not part of it.
So we got 15.
Savings on the budget is 85,700.
Thank you.
All right, it's back in the 150s then, without that
And
duplication.
mind you, these would all stay at the school system. They would not come back to the city for appropriations in the future, which is a benefit, I think. But
I think all the community partners should have to go like through United Way. I don't think any of them should be coming through the city for an allocation. And I broke it down by like the Carnegie, Meals on Wheels, Community Free, the Senior Center, Hudson Alpha, Princess Theater, Hands Across Decatur, Volunteer Center, and the orchestra.
And what was it, I missed that, what was that list regarding?
That was just a list that I created that are community partners that I think should be funded through United Way and not the city.
So are you suggesting
Okay.
we should just give
I
them
will-
to the United Way?
Have a problem concurring with that because, as I've said before, in 2006, we have a resolution that said that the Princess Theater nor the Carnegie would come back to the city for appropriations ever again because we actually went to the bond market for them. And the fact clearly is that not only have they come back for appropriations, but they came back and, the city had to absorb even the debt service that they had agreed to pay. So I don't mind that going to another agency and not to the city.
I don't think that, I agree. United
I'm sorry, say it
Way,
again?
Say that again, please.
well, I was
You
gonna say.
do or do not agree?
I do not agree. No, I think it should go to all these agencies are funded through United Way, and they have a process for their allocations. I don't think these agencies should come through the city for an
So
allocation.
you're on the same wavelength as Billy is what I'm
Yes,
questioning.
yes. And as you and previous.
Yeah, we've got a 2006 resolution, Charles, where there was an agreement that they would not come back following 2006 for appropriation.
Yes, sir.
I don't know, is it possible
Now,
for
of
the
course,
city to
there's
make a
going to be a lot of
United
political backlash on that, but the resolution is in place.
Well, but the resolution can obviously be changed by any council in the future, so if we choose to fund them, we're in effect modifying that resolution.
This is very true, but Chuck, by the same token, they were the ones who actually brought forth the resolution and made the suggestion that we do the resolution.
Well, I realize, but times change, and we can always tell them no, but past councils and this one have not done that.
Well, and to that point, I mean, when roads are having to be cut because we can't fund them and capital can't be addressed, I find it hard to be able to support the community organizations.
There it is. It's like, I'm still marking up my budget. Okay.
And they came to us at level funding.
Herman, can the city give a contribution to the United Way?
No, sir.
Okay.
Because it has to be under contract, right? And that's how we're able to do these.
We have a contract with them, they have to spell out what
I have
service
actually-
they're gonna provide us. The council, they have to determine if that is in
I have the
fact.
state law right here, appropriations, if you'd like.
And that's the only way we've been able to do it.
And what we can and cannot do by municipal guidelines. But if you'd like a copy, I'll get you that too.
So now everybody has this sheet, so we just start at the top.
Yes, sir?
Carnegie Visual Arts Center, request was 40,000, they're at level funding 18,000. Any discussion?
I'm going to hold and pass the next one on that one. I'll come back at the end.
You don't want to go one by one and go thumbs up?
I'm just saying, I will hold and pass on it. Everyone else has their opinion, but I'm
Okay.
going to.
So are we funding them at 18?
Well, can we go through and we'll,
Okay. The foster grandparents, we said to the school. Next
can
one
take
is
that
Meals
out.
on Wheels, requesting 20, they're level funded at 14,227. Community Free Clinic, requesting level funding at 59,280. Senior Center,
Okay, I do have a question with this one. And I believe the director answered it, but not really. So they have been out since, I believe she said the 19th of March. So they've not actually, what have they done with last year's funding if they haven't been? There's my question. We own the building, and we just repaired all of the HVAC units, so all of that is taken care of. And in the contract with them, we take care of all the big items. So I guess my question to them would be, what have you spent last year's money on if you haven't been
Open?
open? I mean, you've been selling your casseroles, which is wonderful, and I think that's how they fund themselves a lot, but the 59, or 50, 59 too, whichever it is.
51.
That, in my opinion, should have never been with the casseroles anyway. That's something they do on their own. So can you get that answered for me?
well, don't you
Somebody?
imagine that they're paying staff or not?
They only had, no, she said they let go staff.
Oh, okay.
So they had first, it's her and I think one more, maybe. So I don't know what they use their appropriations for. We can read in the allocation, but I'm not sure that that's enough direct for me. So I'm going to need to get clarification on last year's money and how much they have left.
Library adjusted to 397,936. Youth Symphony out to the schools,
What? Library is adjusted to what?
397,
936.
because the schools are
Yeah,
going to
I
take
was just
the
to get
other.
that number.
Christie.
So the total will be the same, it's just a different
Oh,
route.
I'm using my old one. Okay, thanks.
Sources.
Thank you.
So Youth Symphony is taken care of?
The care,
Can we back up a couple?
Yes, sir. To which one?
I would like to go back to the Community Free Clinic.
Yes, sir.
And we're allocating, what, is that 59,000 that I'm looking at?
59,280, yes,
Is that
sir.
what? Okay. I'm, just as Chuck talked about the health department. I think that they are seeing an increase of activity. I'd like to see us increase that at least to 75,000. I mean, it's my personal preference. Nobody might go along with it, but I would really like to see 100,000, but I'd like to see us increase that. Our pre-clinic is taking on a lot of the responsibility that of our indigent patients in our community, and I think that that's an absolute must for this community. So I would actually like to see that increased.
I agree with Mr. Jackson.
So is that going to be 75?
Well, do we want to?
Yeah, let's put Mr. Jackson 75 there, and at the
Yeah.
end, we'll come
Then
back
let's
and
go
we'll see
back,
what we have.
because-
Is that okay, Mr.
Because
Jackson?
what I would suggest is that.
That's fine with me.
Yes, sir.
I just think that that's an area that we've got to address, and it's as crucial as any, basically, well, I would say nearly any appropriation that we have. It's as crucial as any. So I think that we're remiss if we don't address that fact, especially in a time of COVID. And, I mean, they just absorb a lot of things that this community needs.
I agree with you, Billy, and I'm going to go ahead and piggyback on that. I think mental health as well this year is going to be taxed somewhat. They've never been taxed, so I would like to see an increase in their appropriation for this year too. I'll just put that out there.
And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I couldn't agree with that more.
Well, then, why not do 25,000 to the free clinic, 25,000 to mental health, and 50,000 to the health department? And that'll be out of the 100 that would go, that'd be the one time, unless you're saying these should be permanent increases.
I'm not, but that's a good idea.
That's-
Okay,
I
let's
mean,
do that at the end.
all I
and
wanted
see if
to
we
do
can-
was throw
yes.
that out so
I
you
think
could
that's
think
great.
about it as we go
As we
through.
go down the list,
Yeah.
it's just number, because I'm
Let's
keeping a
go
little
through once,
scorecard here.
and then we'll come back and we'll clean it up. There we
Okay.
go. We are on Morgan County Chamber of Commerce Business Development.
Development.
I thought we were on the youth symphony.
Oh, that goes to the schools.
Schools.
SSUT, okay.
Level funding at 50,000.
Yeah.
Good. Tourism, 64.3%. We budget 1 million, I believe, for that, and that's why it's 643.
And that contract percentage just stayed the same.
Yes.
Okay?
Have we gotten an estimate that those revenues will come in at that level? Is that why you plugged the million in?
You got to plug a number in.
Yeah.
You got to, I could plug in 5 million.
It could be 500,000, it could be 900, it's
Well,
not gonna affect us
Theirs
one way
is
or the
based
other.
upon hotel stays, what I'm getting at, and those hotel stays, the last I heard, were still down at least 70%.
Right, but they've been up,
But that
They're-
number.
they're
they've been
back
up like
up.
1.4, 1.5 total,
Yeah,
and we've taken them down to 1 million.
yeah.
Yeah, that
See, if I
number
bump that up
fluctuates.
too high, I wind up overstating our 35%.
Right.
As long as you're
I'd rather that be conservative.
convinced that your estimates are where they need to be, they're obviously just estimates.
That's,
Yeah.
it's not gonna,
Who's got the best?
they're gonna get their 60%
We're
of,
always gonna get a percentage of whatever comes in.
Doesn't, whatever comes in, they get 64.3%.
Gotcha. We're not disagreeing, guys. We're not
The
disagreeing.
reason to keep it reasonable is so that you don't overstate city revenue. Okay?
Did you talk with the tourism board to kind of get a good, or you just kind of eyeballed it? Is that what you? that's
Just
fine?
looking at where the
That's
numbers have been falling the
All
last
right.
3 or 4 months.
Okay. Downtown redevelopment?
They requested 100,000, level funding at 74.1.
okay.
E-Center, they requested 125, level funding at 100. Okay. Hudson Alpha, they requested 20,000, level funding at 15. Mental health, they requested 30, level funding at 20,000.
We'll come back to that addition.
Well, throw a number out there now.
30, when they asked for 30.
Yeah, well, yes, we can, I think Chuck was going through that 100, but we'll,
All right.
yeah. go to the
In that
next.
conversation, we need to continue the conversation, whether or not it's permanent or one time or whatever.
Correct.
Well, everything is one time because you have to act every year as a council on whatever the appropriated level.
But I'm just
If we
trying to make sure
establish
that
it
we
coming-
know that we're not necessarily establishing precedent, that's all I'm saying.
Or you're not, because there are some that we're going to take down.
We've done one time before, we did it last year with
Yeah.
Christmas New Year and stuff like that.
Child Advocacy Goes to School,
Check it out.
Morgan County Economic Development Association, they requested 90, level funding at 64.9. Morgan County Emergency Management, they requested 74,277.
I'm
Last
gonna-
year was 32,053, and they're in the budget at 35.
And I'm going to revisit this. I am their liaison, but since finding out, and we did ask their new director, no municipality except for the city of Decatur gives them funding. And that is federally funded, their whole organization. And if no one else, I think I was told in the state of Alabama, other than us, give much of anything to this. I questioned, and I do question, and again, I'm an advocate for them, think they do a great job. But if we're the only ones doing this, I'm not quite sure what they're doing with the money we're giving them, and would need more information on that, and 35 may be too much. So that's a questionable allocation for me.
Morgan County Health requested 120, level funding at 108,504. Morgan County Rescue Squad requested 15,000. Prior year was 10,800. We funded them at 15,000. NARCOG 150. Was that somebody? NARCOG at 150, prior year funding 135, level at 135.
And I'm going to interject on this one as well. And after speaking with some people over the weekend and last Friday, I was curious what, NORCOG does a lot of things for Morgan County and Lawrence County and some of Limestone, I believe. If you look at your allocation request, NORCOG is requesting the 150 for public transportation, which is important. Now, I've had numerous calls of people who desperately need public transportation. They are not getting their needs met currently by NARCOG. And that is a problem that I have with allocating funds to something that is not meeting the needs of the public. And I'm not sure how we get the attention of that board to what they're doing is not working. I appreciate Robbie, I think he's doing some good things, but public transportation is a problem in the city of Decatur. And they are the providers of it, and if we are to give them 135, I think they should be accountable to what the city says their needs are as far as residents, but that's just my 2 cents.
So you feel like we're not getting value then, obviously?
I don't. Do you not get calls all the time of people? And I will give them that number.
I've
Say, call
gotten numerous
them.
calls and letters.
Yeah, I'll say, call this number. They'll call me back and say, that was not helpful at all. You have to have a 24-hour notice. They couldn't get me where I needed to go. So the people, and I know these people, they're desperately in need of public transportation and have no options.
Well, I get that there's.
I get those same calls. I get the exact same calls, and people are frustrated. People are using it to go to the grocery store to get to work, and there are gaps. There are places where those needs aren't being met, and so I'm in agreement with that. I think that we need to at least have a better discussion and figure out how we fill those gaps and make sure that our public transportation, for all practical purposes, that's what it is for a majority of our citizens who don't have it here in Decatur, and we've got to be able to address the needs if we're not going to fund them. And that's my perspective, so I agree with that.
And no system is perfect, and we talk about the needs and the priorities being right. I was made aware of a situation where a person was already scheduled for a medical transport, to get medical services. Another transport, like going to the grocery store, took precedent, and that person went into kind of an emergency situation, and still the transport to the grocery store, or whatever it was, occurred first.
Well, I guess I hear the concerns, and we heard from, all of these allocations, so I'm just surprised it didn't come up then as to a solution, because there are processes. If their process is broken and we have that many problems, then that needs to be addressed internally with them. I don't think we just need to go, we're gonna cut your budget because we're now hearing from people.
Most of the complaints I'm getting seem to be centered around a driver.
Okay.
I'm just saying we have a conversation
Let me
before we
say this.
allocate.
I'm not suggesting that we go in and cut the budget. I'm suggesting that, as Paige said earlier, that we sit down and have a conversation, a candid conversation as to how we can correct the situation and get back and cut those gaps out of the place. And so that's what I'm looking at right now, and just trying to do that. So I'm in agreement with you, Christy, that it should not be a situation where we just go in and start cutting, but we should get a better understanding of where we are with this situation
I agree.
and how we can.
I think
I'm
we should,
sorry.
I think we
Go
should have
ahead.
expectations and see and hear if those expectations, Mr. Jackson, have been met. And if they have not, then I think next year's budget, that's when you consider cutting their budget, if you have spoken with them, what the needs are, and they refuse to address those.
Let's go back to a previous one for just a second. Fellas, you're probably right. I just have to ask the question on the rescue squad. Are we positive last year was 10,008?
10,008 was last year.
Because I thought we had gone up on them last year.
Nope,
We had talked about it with them.
correct.
And if we're comfortable that that number's correct, it's fine, and I agree with the 15 that's being suggested.
I remember a conversation last year, Charles, but I do think that was the current number. But I agree, this year, since we do use their boat and we are now in, I think, a better partnership, I think that is a fair increase, in my opinion.
Well, as long as we're comfortable, I just,
We paid, what I'm showing here in the system, we paid $15,000
this past year?
in 2020.
Oh, what says here, 10-8.
See, that's what I was questioning.
Yeah,
10.8 was 2019. So it's level funding to what?
okay, well, on this one, it says 2020 budget was 10-8 as well, but it was 15, you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Forgive me, I just wanted to clear that up.
so that is,
So basically, we're talking about level funding.
yes.
Yes.
Ready to go on?
Yes, ma'am.
Princess Theater?
Requested 120, funding at 72. Last year they got 80, but there was $8,000 for
Audit.
an audit, a financial review, so we paid that one time, so they're back down to the 72.
Okay.
Kyle, would you check prior? Did we budget 40 last year? I thought
Yeah.
We did, they
There
went
was
up,
a
they needed something.
vehicle, I believe, that was involved, so we gave them, there was a vehicle involved.
Okay,
So we
gotcha.
gave them,
So as a one-time,
yes.
And
Okay.
runway lights too, Christie, right,
Yep.
wasn't it? Yeah. The increase, yeah.
I don't recall that being a discussion of a one-time 40,000.
There was a vehicle, remember we were looking whether we could give them one out of surplus?
I remember
and we
that.
didn't?
Right.
Yes, I
was
remember
separate-
that.
That was
Yeah.
separate of this, because we saw that the potential there at the airport for economic development. So the vehicle was just an in-kind thing. If we had an extra vehicle, would we surplus it to the airport?
But we didn't have it, and that's why we bumped it.
And I'm not comfortable with them
that's
staying
my
outside
memory.
the city limits.
I wasn't, okay, I don't recall that.
You could be right, that's what I could remember.
I know
So
we
you're
went up,
wanting to just
I
skip
know we
it?
went up, but I thought it really had to do with the lights. They were doing the project of the lights on the runway.
I remember that.
The
Well, yeah, that
lights,
was things that I brought up, but.
the lights was
for
largely a
economic
federal
development.
highway grant.
I have that file from last year. I can get it and look and
So
see.
you want to go back down to 30 instead of allocating 40?
Or I can look at my file when I can get to it and
40
give you.
and 20 was the first time, they've been at
Right.
30 for a while.
That's right.
Right.
And it was always the discussion about inside the city, outside the city, and all of that.
Well, and also they were looking at either refurbishing the old FBO, making renovations and things out there. So
But
I'd
that
like
is-
to see it at 40, but
I would say, and I can ask them, what's everybody else contributing? And that might,
The FBO is coming down though, right, completely? And I have had some emails about that, people upset, but I remember when you were out, it was gonna be outrageous to redo, right? And, okay. That's what I mean.
okay?
John, what do you have available to you, what the other partners are giving?
they're giving the same. They're
That's
not,
what
they
I
haven't
thought,
increased.
So what are they giving, 30?
I don't recall what the
Well,
number
that's
is,
what I'm
but they
saying.
haven't
I'm thinking the
increased.
30 was traditional. I can't say it hasn't
Yeah.
changed.
Yeah,
Right.
we can find out.
Could you see if last year they went up to 40 as well, just to see if it was,
Well, I don't think.
I don't know if they did or not, I just wanted to confirm.
So their application from last year for the airport rehabilitate lighting systems and runway pavement. There are various other repairs and upgrades needed at the airport, such as a general building repair, construction of a new private hangar, and infrastructure to support further economic development.
Yep, economic development.
That was their request form.
Let's just leave them at 30 then. I mean, obviously, I want to be able to support them at 30.
Does this, this year's application have what they got from other people?
I've seen the application in the past, I don't remember it being listed in the past.
Christie, do you remember what are they gonna do with the property where
Well,
the
they have to show their,
FBO is? Are they gonna
their
do new
revenue.
hangars? Is that what they told us? Okay, some more hangars there, and the 5
I think
acres
they're
they're
buying the
gonna
5
get.
acres.
Okay.
Who gave what, but I'll check.
does it show revenue sources, or it's all just revenue?
I'm fine with them at 30. I mean, COVID has affected all this, the numbers.
I agree,
Let's
they're
at least leave
assets,
them at
city,
30.
and maybe in the future.
Okay. Volunteer Center.
SSUT.
Requested, no,
That's mostly for handicap ramps and things like that.
7,200 requested, 7,200 in the budget, and that's flat.
Okay. It's not an SSUT, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry.
Orchestra Sul Ponticello of Decatur requested 20, amount is 0. We gave them 0 and 20. Decatur Morgan County Chamber, the partnership 5-year plan, 50 flat, requested in historical. 2 new ones, Hands Across Decatur, requested 20, at 0, and Boys and Girls Club requested 100, and they got moved to the school. Would you like to drive at this point, Council President?
I'm gonna give everybody, I think Christie's still working, I'm working on mine, just a moment. if you don't
Oh,
mind.
okay. The silence was deafening.
Sorry. You can sing a song if you'd like.
That prior field, they said that our 40K is 12% of their budget, not counting FAA grant monies.
But it doesn't say how much the others give, does it?
Previously, it was equal.
Christie, what was that? City, county, Limestone
Athens.
County, and Athens, 4 partners?
We all own that.
Yes.
property. 4 entities own that property.
Right. However, the other entities do not provide like any first responder services or anything. So the risk is totally disproportionate.
So we provide that service, and last year we gave them 40,000.
It's not even just the fact that our first responder services are very valuable. That property also blocks us accessing other annexations.
So in 2018, they got 120K in appropriations. We gave 30.
That sounds like.
So it was, okay,
Seems about right.
yeah.
Are you finished, Christie? I'm about to be if you are. Okay. All right, do you want to go line by line again? Or why don't we do this? Why don't we address the 3, the health department, the mental health, and the free clinic?
May I make a suggestion?
Yes,
Before we do that,
okay,
we need to discuss things you want to decrease.
Okay.
Things you want to increase, and then let's get an idea like that. I would just, that way we're not going up and down and up and down, but we're talking, if we want
That's
any
fine.
to
That's
decrease, then I think we're going to have to agree, we're going to have to go line item by line item and vote and say, do we want this in the budget or
can you
not?
ask them to bring us about, I don't know, 10 more copies of this? Because if we're going to go through this every time, I'd like to have a copy of what I decrease. Okay, can, John or Kyle, can y'all send them a copy to make more copies for council to, thanks. Okay, then we'll do that.
Just mine.
You all ready to go? We'll go back.
Stacy, I've got my page up if I can send it to somebody.
Go ahead and send it to, Stephanie.
Let me get out of it. I have to forward the email.
Wait, Charles?
What's the rest of her email, Stacy? S. Simon?
Yeah.
To start?
I got it.
169. 957. Do you have an exact number on the trash? 75?
75010.
Appropriation list only.
I have a response from Ray Harden regarding the software. If you would
Huh?
like me to address that?
Sure, go ahead while he's
I'm
sending
not
that.
asking, this was my statement or question regarding the software for DU and billing for trash. We were discussing the CPI increase, and it was stated it's due to the DU software. Will that be a reoccurring rate for the software? He said the changes in the billing rate are permanent. However, it did not have anything to do with the cost of our billing software. The updated formula was needed to remove sales tax from the calculation and accurately reflect our cost based on the number of garbage bills. And then he sent a copy of what was sent in. If
So
they
you
will
were told-
compare this to
so you
last
were
year's
told software.
calculations, the changes
Yeah, I was
are
talking
evident.
Did I hear you say remove sales tax?
The updated formula was needed to remove sales tax from the calculation and accurately reflect our costs based on the numbers of garbage bills.
I'm confused as why sales tax is about it.
Someone may have mentioned software because the need for the correction in the calculation came to light during our software change out project.
I'm gonna have to request that he come explain that, because if our CFO was given software as the reason, and I'm with Charles, if we're addressing sales tax,
Don't get me wrong, I don't
Yeah,
think they'd
well-
mislead us, I just don't understand it.
I mean, I don't either, but I think that that's two different answers.
Can you call in?
If he's got a number, I don't know if he's busy. Ray?
Stephanie says okay.
Got it.
I asked if he was available to further discuss.
Okay, thank you. Because I believe they've had some questions about their new software updates. Anyway, they're going on.
Software conversion caused us to reevaluate our direction of effort.
Well, what they're doing, Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is a average cost of what you use per month. So one month may reflect a higher rate than another, but supposedly the system will then catch up on the next bill. I've had some discussion with our CFO on it. It's,
Well, not for garbage though, right?
Undoubtedly, it's for everything. If they're using the same software for one, it seems like they are for this, because he said when they made their software update. I wouldn't think that would vary, the garbage rate, so, maybe he could get back with us if he can call in or come in person.
Did you understand that, Stephanie? The appropriation list only, was it clear enough for you?
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yes, it's just fine.
You were indeed good.
Thank you.
Is everybody on the new one?
Thanks.
Please.
All right, you ready to start with appropriations, second round?
Yeah, and I'd like to just make one statement before we go.
Okay.
Is I've been trying to look at this to see, and I guess I've kind of broken it down into 5 areas: medical, arts, seniors, safety, and economic development.
That's good, because I have broke it down by economic development and investments, community partners, and one other.
So,
Very similar.
if I may, what I put in there was the arts is Carnegie and Princess. Seniors would be, and I realized, give me a little latitude, Meals on Wheels, Senior Council, NARCOG, and the Volunteer Center.
But give us your 5 categories again, please.
Arts, seniors, and it may need to be community, medical or healthcare, safety, and economic development. And I put the Carnegie and Princess in arts. I put Hudson Alpha, Free Clinic, Mental Health, and Health Department in medical. The seniors / community, Meals on Wheels, Senior Council, NARCOG, and the Volunteer Center. Safety, I put EMA and the Morgan County Rescue Squad. And on economic development, Prior Field, the Chamber, DDRA, the Entrepreneurial Center, Morgan County Economic Development Association, and the CVB. So I've tried to group them so we can look at what we're going, how they are, okay? So if we want to, so those are the areas that we are servicing with the appropriations.
Okay.
That's all.
I just want clarification on the NORCOG, because
Yeah.
I went back and looked at their allocation to see what they've used that money for. They say they're using 100% of our allocation only for transportation. So I don't know that we could put that in seniors. I understand your reasoning, but that would not be limited
How
to
about we
seniors.
just change it to community,
That's fine,
okay? And we'll call it community investment.
okay?
In the budget, it's broken down into 2 categories, economic and community.
Okay.
That's the way you see it in those 2 departments.
Well, I just think that the ones that we've got with Hudson Alpha, the Free Clinic, the Mental Health, and the Health Department, those are specifically health-related. And yes, they're all community,
Right.
but
You're just giving it more granularity.
I'm just giving it more, yeah.
We're using copper restrictions, that's why.
Okay, all right. That may help us as we try to say, because I think, for me, where I was going with this, and that is that whether or not we fund the Carnegie or the Princess, I think the city should be making an investment in the arts. Okay? That's my opinion. So how we would choose to do that, with the Arts College, with everything that we've been trying to do we want to have an investment in the arts? That's a question that I think would be important. But just kind of keep that in your mind when you think about as we go through and you're saying, okay, we want to increase or decrease. I think that'll help us when we look at what these things are doing,
No, I agree. I think
okay?
you're right.
So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
So would you like to take them in those categories, or do we want to go down the line once
We can go
again?
down the line.
Okay,
Go
and then
down
we
the
can
line.
put them in categories. Okay, we'll start with the Carnegie.
Well, I've said that I believe that the city should be investing in the arts. And the two purviews that we have, or the two venues that we have, are the Princess and the Carnegie. So that's,
I agree with you. So I'm okay with the 18.
and I want to address the Mr. Jackson's concern, because I do understand that. And I guess that what I'm saying is that I realize there's a resolution that in 2006 said that they would never ask us again. And I'm just saying I believe it's important that we as a city should be investing in our arts community. And therefore, I'm okay with the allocations to both the Carnegie and the Princess.
Historically, I have been too, but I think my concern is when we cut it, we have cuts in our budget for.
Well, now that's a whole nother discussion, and that is that if we are cutting our budget, should we also cut appropriations accordingly?
That's what I think that we should do.
Well,
But I think since we started with the appropriations, if we could get to a end sheet for there, and then we get to the budget to see where we are on budget.
Yeah.
And then we may have to come back and then appropriately,
That's why.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I went with the majority, but I thought this probably should be discussed after we go through.
I mean, you
city
look at
items.
revenue, we went from 68 to
Don't want
64.
to do it first. So let's get this where we can at least be content with it, and then we probably will, I will suggest probably come back to it at the end. The second one, which is the grandparents, that can be taken off because of the schools partnership. The next would be Meals on Wheels, 14,227. Again, in this preliminary one, I'm fine with the 14,227, but we may have to come back and address.
I'm not gonna make any more suggestions until we go through the other, so if anyone else has anything on any of them.
So, I guess for me though, since we've already started here, since John suggested it, if we could at least get this taken out right now, and if we need to come back and address it to make more cuts, we
Well,
can do that.
What I'm doing is I'm keeping a scorecard. So whatever you do, I'm doing plus and minus.
Right.
We started out with a deficit of 169,957. Your pluses and minuses, I made the assumption we're going to adopt the trash increase. And so we're going through with the pluses and minuses. When we're done with the approps, I'll tell you where we are. And then we'll go at the budget, knowing, okay, we're either in the black or in the red so much, and you can go from
Well,
there.
you said, you brought up the 35 to the EMA.
Yes, I
So
think,
you need to,
I'm willing to, if we need to go ahead and take that out, and if they can prove to the council they can come back and tell us, then maybe we can add it at the end. I just, again, after checking into that and finding we're the only municipality that really gives to that, and that is federally funded, and it will not affect any of the things they do for us.
Even after like last year, finding out we should have been giving them $1 per resident.
I asked that, and no one else in the state
No
of
one's
Alabama
doing it.
gives. So it's just, I mean,
Remember, when
Yes,
the
the question
county
is-
gave, every resident already gave.
he has a good point. If the county's giving, Decatur is in the county.
It's in the county.
Yeah, so, I think until they can come back and
essentially that would free up.
And again, I'm an advocate, I'm their liaison, and I think that we should support them, but if it is federally funded, I'm not sure why we're giving extra, is what I'm saying. And I need to know what our extra money is doing,
yeah.
and I don't think that was specified.
Yeah, I guess we need to be real careful, because that's the same argument that was made when the mental health was cut, is that we're 4% of their budget because they're federally funded.
Yeah, but I don't
No,
know
no,
what
I'm
percent
just,
their
I'm
budget.
just saying that, yeah.
It's irregardless if we fund them or not, Chuck, they're not going away. The government will fund them.
I'm just saying that was the argument that was used to reduce the one to the mental health. And
But also, our mental health in the state of Alabama has been cut drastically. I think that's, you know. We don't have to cut it to zero. We can just cut it down to, let's go back historically. Where is that down here? Let's see.
23,450 and 18.
To 32,
Yeah.
it's at
24,
30,
32.
30.
In 18, 23, 450. I don't have a problem going back to that. Or, and even 20, you know. I mean, think about it. We are also funding right now those $70,000 worth of sirens out of general fund money.
Yeah.
They're not assisting us. in
What
that.
I would suggest is that if what you say is accurate, then what we should do is we should put a plan in place to put that to zero. Now, whether or not it go to zero in 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year, I'm immaterial. But I would think that it's 35,000 if you want to cut it by half, and then with the impression that we cut it by the other half, then that they have a little bit of a notice that it's going to go
I have no
away.
problem with that.
So
I have no
I'd
problem
make a
going back.
motion that we cut it by half with the intention that it be cut the rest of the way.
17.5?
Okay.
I mean, I agree with you, Paige. The question is, should we cut it all at once?
And I don't have, I think that's, I think that's fair.
Especially with little to no notice.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Did we agree on Meals on Wheels?
Yeah, we were going in order. That's okay. Meals on Wheels, I said I was fine with
Hang on, I'm
that.
trying to find out where that is on our
Number
list.
3.
3,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you then.
14,227.
yeah.
Again, for me, that's addressing our senior
Okay.
population that are in poverty. I think we need to continue that. Unless anyone else has anything to say, we'll go to the community free clinic. And I
Mr.
think-
Jackson threw out 75.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson? Maybe busy right now.
Okay.
But you want to go ahead and tentatively put 75 there?
Yeah, it doesn't say where we'll fund it. We may
Okay.
take it out of the school, but
There you go.
if
We'll
we
put
do that.
75.
Yeah. Okay.
Next, we
Let's see
have
where we
the
are.
senior center.
And these are not people in poverty.
Correct. This is not federally funded.
Right.
This is not. And again, I have questions there with, where's the money from last year's allocation? Where are they on that? Since they have been unable to meet since the early part of March.
What if we did a similar thing, did half?
I'm really hesitant to cut them at all because we don't do a lot as a city for seniors. And, we're doing the Meals on Wheels, and we're doing, the NARCOG helps out on transportation. But we really don't do a lot for seniors. And I would hate to see that group of people get excluded. And,
I don't disagree. I think, and we actually had this conversation the day of appropriations. I think you had left.
I had left.
Turner Searles is our federally funded program for seniors.
Right.
My question to Amy was, do you ever see where we can combine those two to have one? Now, the county have several, 11, I believe, senior centers. It's a lot. And their numbers are nowhere near the occupancy of what our senior citizen centers are. So the question is, could one day, and this may be an Alan question or a Suzanne question in grants, can we see a future where we can build maybe another facility that could house all of the seniors, no matter if it is, the ones that are
But
federally
essentially, we
funded?
asked that already within this term, and
We did, and it was
people in
not-
the community make that choice themselves.
Well, it's not just
Right,
that.
without-
That's a good point, but it's not just that, and I'm gonna speak on behalf of Billy if he doesn't mind. In the Turner Searles Center, you've got a lot of people going there that don't have significant transportation. And so to move anything out of that community could be a problem.
I'm not saying you move it out of the community, maybe you build a new building in that community is very close to where they need to be. I think.
I just want us to take that in mind.
I'm with Christie, I'm addressing the other that, which I think is fantastic, and trust me, I go over there all the time, I love it, I buy their casseroles, but I mean, one they choose to go to, and one, I think some of those folks don't choose to go to, it is a necessity for them to eat. And so, how do you bridge that gap and bring both sets together?
It's really two demographics.
Yeah, but I think it would be good if those demographics could come together.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with
It's just, how do we make them do that for the betterment of Decatur? I don't know that you can, so that's the question.
I think
And
at the
totally agree
Decatur
with
Morgan
you.
Senior Center, that was a choice, though, that they'd made quite a long time ago.
And I totally agree with you, Chuck, that I think we need to have options for our seniors.
Yeah.
So level fund.
I'm fine with that, but I would love to see in the future
I
discussion.
agree. I would love to see a way to bring the two groups closer together. I do believe that there is the need for local neighborhood type things. That would be the one thing about bringing them all together that I would say no. That would mean transportation problems for the majority of people. That being said, we don't have a senior citizen or a senior center in every neighborhood in the city. So I think that this allows people a choice. It allows them to make a choice.
But does it really? Because if you are in poverty, if you go to the senior center to eat, there's a $6 charge for that meal. Turner Searles it's a free meal.
Okay.
So you are making a choice. If you can pay the $6, if you can't, I mean, there is a difference. So, but again, I'd love to see both of them come together in a new facility. And that goes back to the question of there are 10 or 11 brand new facilities in the county that the federal government has paid for that are not near as crowded as our two. Why don't we get some federal funding?
Well, I
and
think
put it
you're
in
right, and
Decatur?
put it, well, I agree.
Yeah,
Why
I
don't-
mean-
yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna have a state-of-the-art brand new facility, why is it in the middle of nowhere that has 15 people that come to it?
I totally agree with that.
So I think
yes.
that's a question the county's gonna have to answer.
So should there be a stipulation that, obviously the money for the county ones came from the federal government. Is it the city's responsibility to write for those grants? Should we task Alan and Suzanne with putting those together, and that we look at building them throughout the city with federal money?
Actually, that's gonna go through the Aged Act, which goes through NARCOG. NARCOG handles all of that, what's it called?
But there's a separate source of money for Turner Searles.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes through NARCOG. Because NARCOG is the federal, they kind of get funded on.
But what I'm saying, well, one of the things maybe what we come back to, and that is that NARCOG's funding in the future depends on what they can deliver. If they're building all these things in the county, why aren't they doing them in the city? You know, I mean,
Alan, are you on the phone by any chance?
I think Alan's not.
Okay.
okay.
He can better explain
Yeah.
the way they're funded, but
Mayor, you work a lot with NARCOG. So is there any reason why I like what Ms. Bibby has said as far as if the county has gotten federal funds to build senior citizens, should we not be going after those monies somehow in the city?
Seeing if we can, yes.
Seeing if we can, and I think we need to implore NARCOG to explore those.
Yes.
And to do everything they can to bring those to fruition sooner rather than later.
if you go back in the history, actually, the senior center that is now on Memorial
Yes.
was originally receiving all the federal funding for senior centers. When NARCOG came together,
Yeah.
and it may have been MCATS at the time, they then said, we are going to fund Turner Searles, so they intentionally took that funding to put it to Turner Searles. Some of those seniors didn't want to go to Turner Searles, therefore
Yeah.
they stayed, and therefore that's why you have two different groups now. So what I'm saying is, can we not bridge that gap like we were before and maybe have a nicer building somewhere that can accommodate everyone? You know, that's just a question.
One is more of a nutrition center, First Rolls, and then the one more broad is.
It's a social center.
is the-
They actually do at Turner Shoals, we've been there, they do aerobics and they
Oh,
do.
yeah, no,
they
they've got
do
people playing
dominoes,
cards
yeah.
and everything
Yeah.
else, yeah.
Cards and-
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Again,
I
I think
disagree
it-
with that, Mayor. They do provide the
Yeah.
free meals, but we've been there, they do the chair
Yeah.
aerobics, they do the dominoes, they do the pool. It's
Yeah.
the same thing, it's just a different dynamic in different
Yeah.
places.
Mr. Gray,
But-
Their times are different. One opens earlier and
Right.
closes later, one opens later, and, you know, it's just, which, you know, again, I think it's something to look at down the road,
Yeah.
because I think
Okay.
that should be addressed. And don't forget, we do own the building the senior center now has, and we are also
Okay.
responsible for all the major things.
Should we put a 5% decrease because everything is going down? Is that one that should be 5% decreased?
Well, and the question is, if they've been out since March, do they not have some of last year's allocations still around? What is their, because obviously they haven't been meeting. And that's up to council. Keep it low funding or
Say 45.
45? Okay.
Mayor, you okay with that?
I guess the thing that we all want to get back to the level funding as we go to FY22. Or if we see things change mid-year.
The thing that I'm looking at is that city funds have been cut about 5%. And I'm thinking we need to, it's a little more than 5, that's a 10% cut. So maybe we ought to make it 47 or 48. But I think we've got to look at cutting,
We've got to make our budget more.
well, we do. And that's why I'm saying, so I'm going to say 48.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, and my reasoning for that is, we allocated what last year to them, 51.
Yeah.
And since early March, they've not been convening. So therefore, there should be funding left from, yeah.
That's almost half a year.
So should
No,
we?
they're not open at all. Now, they're selling the casseroles at the curb, but you can't go in and do all the things.
Okay, then we need to make the Carnegie 17.
Okay, 17,
Okay, that's a little over 5%.
I agree with that.
And then,
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry,
Nope,
I'm not trying to be ugly,
That
but
was
we've
my
got to
reasoning.
we've got to,
If we can do these things that you're doing,
yeah.
if we see, again, I'm
We can always change them, you're right.
that's right.
What did you have, 48?
48 for seniors.
Okay, very good. Then do you need to go back to Meals on Wheels and do a 5%?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I mean, that is a need that doesn't change. So
What
I
are
don't
you
know.
speaking on?
I'm just,
Meals on Wheels.
I can't, I mean, that's
Yeah, I'm with
taking
you.
food out of people's mouths.
Yeah, I agree. I
and
think that's something that is not.
Let's leave it flat.
Okay.
The library, I think, is serving a function, and I can't see
Yeah, I can't
changing
either. I
that
think
one.
that's appropriate. and
Let
we
me
are-
ask a question on that, and I think it could be a two-edged sword, it could go either way. We're leaving it flat, but we're dividing how the money flows there. Essentially, is what we're doing, right? Why are we dividing the flow?
As a way to save some money. It's the only reason to divide it. If we had plenty of money, we'd just leave it like it is and give the schools and not earmark it. I mean, if you
But
want to
why is
know.
some of that flow going through schools when schools have their own libraries?
Because a lot of these kids use, and they'll tell
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Reading
the
programs and
And
such.
Wi-Fi and things like that. but they don't-
Let's talk about this from a technical standpoint.
Okay.
The expense is not going to get transferred to the school. The expense is going to show up in the school. We're still going to have the agreements and everything else. It's just going to be listed. The SSUT gets listed as revenue. These transfers get listed as an expense on.
It's just the
our
SSUT
budget.
is going to be the funding source for these things.
Right.
So it's not going to be split up. I was wrong.
They're still gonna
It's
get
going to
the
be
same.
paid for by the city, the school
The
system is
money
helping fund
originates
it.
with us, but we're taking money that we said should belong to the schools. So now the schools are having to send our library money, which they've never had to do before.
But Charles, we had a meeting with them. They're fine with it. They get $300,000. They can do whatever.
And I'm gonna say that, you know, as far as being part of whatever the formula is there, that amount's probably gonna grow in the future.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
here's the other thing to consider. Yeah, you're only at 200,000. If it comes in at, let's say hypothetically, 3 million, we're still only talking that 200,000, they're gonna get 550 on top of that.
well, I
So
mean,
it doesn't
John, did you
impact
hear
you.
anybody in that meeting that was hesitant? They were all, thank you, thank you, thank you, and every one of
As
these.
long as y'all are telling me
Yeah.
that everybody's good with it,
Well,
I'm good with it.
Every one of those
And
appropriations
understand-
directly affect
And I
kids.
understand this, we're also working with them on COVID-related stuff
We are.
on our dime, so.
If everybody's sure it's
not like we're
copacetic,
kicking them to the curb or anything.
All right, U Symphony, that's gonna be handled with that account over there. Chamber Business Development,
47.5.
I won't support any.
47.5,
You won't support any what?
Funding to the chamber.
47.5.
They have an ethics complaint pending against them currently.
Well, since it's pending, it needs to be,
It can certainly be reinstated after they come back with a
Who,
finding.
what? What are we on now?
47.5.
Right, okay, I thought we moved on, okay.
The CVB is a formula, so I can't see changing that one. The DDRA would be 71.
Cancel
Yeah.
back September.
Did I?
Didn't send anything to send Courtney for cancellation.
I think we should keep
Somebody
it.
needs to mute.
Cedric. So right now you don't have it.
Someone needs to mute on the line.
Cancellation?
Somebody needs to mute their phone.
It's us.
All right, Easter?
I'd like to see them stay at 100.
I'd like to discuss the best and brightest.
Oh, is that going to be a part of this?
Well, I mean, what, if we are going to invest in our community, I believe that we should fund something for the best and brightest for the upcoming year.
Can that be a separate line item?
Well, that's fine, but we need to have the discussion. If it's not an appropriation, then it needs to be someplace.
Right.
So you're gonna be able to share in detail the cost benefit?
The cost benefit is that
Stacy, is John not coming tonight to the work session?
basically, there were two different methods
I
that were.
think John Joseph is addressing the work session tonight, but go ahead.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, call in.
Yeah.
Call in.
The
Okay.
one thing,
Right.
and I'm not, this is not meant as a negative comment, okay, is the Best and Brightest is a 5-year program.
Yep.
Okay?
and I've,
So if you fund 1 year, those people that are enrolled, if they're a bump, the E-Center is looking for that as a 5-year commitment.
okay, I've talked to Herman, and the next council can fund up to 4 years. They can only fund what's there. If we fund the first year, they can make the decision to stop funding it.
Right.
The legislature has just funded 125,000, and I think that if we can fund something this year, we can get the program going. And then the next council, it will be up to them. So I realize that, but
Because it is you contract with a group, couples, and you say, what, 3,000 a year for 5 years. So if you sign on, there's an expectation of that 3,000 for the next 4 years. That's where it gets a little tricky.
So for the public, Chuck, I can't remember the numbers, but I think it's important that it's shared at this point.
Well, you may know, do you have those in front of you?
Well, basically, what we found, or what John found, he went to two sources. One was Randy Gross, and the other was his own number that he came up with. And the expense for the program is somewhere around $3,500 a year. When you consider what they contribute to the community, they came up with very conservatively $4,200 a year. So net, it is a positive contribution for the people that are in the program. The program does pay for itself. And you have to look at, well, the long-term benefits that we are bringing people into the community that we hope will stay. Yes, we're going to lose some because they're going to be transferred, that sort of thing. But the program,
That's a nice return.
the program right now has about an 82% retention rate of people that were in the original programs. 82% of them are still to get with us. And the program has had a very good track record. It's been a very limited and a very specific approach. And if you're not familiar with it, then what they do is that they offer people a financial incentive to come into to move to our community. The requirement is that they must live in the city limits of the city, and and as long as they're here, they participate every month in a get-together with other people. They get plugged into the community. So they are also contributing. These are people that are contributing to our economy, not detracting from it. So I think,
4,200 are tax receipts, right?
excuse me?
4,200 are tax receipts.
Well, what you're looking at are sales tax, you're looking at ad valorem tax, you're looking at gas tax, things that they spend in the community, yes. Yes. So, yeah, I would, we do need to see if we're going to fund, if John may be bringing something to us tonight, and I would like to, we can put that on hold, but I do want I want everybody to be aware that I am going to suggest that we fund something for next year.
You have a dollar amount in mind?
It should be a separate line item, don't you think?
I thought
John?
it should be.
It should be
No.
the same?
It's an appropriation.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, other than the E-Center. The E-Center, I think, do you not think
I
the
was
E-Center to
thinking it
John
should
is
be
different than
separate.
Weston Brightus?
Well,
They're two different things.
the thing that will have to be discussed, and a question for John today, and that is that it is questionable whether or not the E-Center can continue to support that if the program is going to grow. And the question will be how they will support that if we allocate funds along with the state's allocation, can the E-Center continue to develop the program?
Okay. And he'll, I guess, have to tell us if he wants those in two different allocations or one.
He can do that,
Okay,
yes.
Because what's going to be easier for you is financially? Does it matter? Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
He has to realize that every year he's gonna have to submit 2 submissions for programs.
I felt like they were separate though, just like the Chamber of Partnership
Yeah.
versus the business
I agree. I think it would be easier.
I agree.
for
I
tracking
agree.
too.
So why don't we
Okay.
put at the bottom, that's what I'm going to do on mine.
I put E-Center B&B.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to suggest $100,000 is what I'm going to suggest.
All right.
Above the E-Center.
Yes.
100,000.
That's, well, it's best and brightest, and it's just like like Ms. Bibby said,
So
the
200.
You're
But a
saying
total
100
of
and 100.
200.
100 and
100.
100, yes.
Okay, so E-Center,
100.
it does not
Yep.
have that 5% difference, are you saying no? I'm
I
just-
don't think it
No.
should.
Okay, all right, and Hudson Alpha. You know, I'm a
I
huge
see,
supporter
right
of
now.
them, but I really think this year, COVID being in the mix, that they understand that we probably, I would love to go back to the next year. I think they're a marvelous organization that is leaps and bounds on COVID treatment right now. So, I mean, I'm okay if we cut it completely, but I do think we should revisit that. I think they're a very good organization.
I would go half, again,
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
7,500.
Okay.
Mental health asks for 30, I think that's what we should give them.
Did you not want to add, I thought? is
If
that
we
what you
want to
wanted?
add some,
Okay.
we can.
Okay.
But
we'll
let's
add
put 30 for
30,
now.
okay. And then child advocacy, that is
That's
out. Morgan County Economic Development, 64.9. Thoughts on that, or just keep going?
I'm thinking.
I'm
Okay.
thinking too.
$61.
I'll support that.
61? Okay. Okay, then you have EMA,
17.5.
okay. Health Department, what do you want to add to that?
You want to make it an extra 50? 150, we'll just say 150 even?
So you did 100 from the schools, is that right?
Well,
No,
I'm
it-
just saying, make it 150, whatever it's going to come out from the schools. The
It's
difference
like-
between ours,
What was it, 40-something? It was the difference between the 4 allocations and
yeah,
200,000.
42,000 from the
We're
schools.
talking what?
And that was a one-time for the
That was
schools.
the library.
It'd be a 42, 1,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, yeah, the health
That's the
department.
whole library,
Morgan
Chuck.
County Health was not part of the
That's right, I'm
school.
sorry, it was not part of the schools.
No, that was what we were gonna, I was suggesting that we take 100,000
Yes.
one time, and,
But that has not been discussed with the school system yet.
right,
yes.
that has not been discussed.
Okay.
And that would, the only way we could afford that is if the schools did that.
Right.
So what's the number? Is it 150?
What's our number? Let's
What's
do
our
it.
number?
We'll
Our
be
number is
plugging in
flat.
right now.
Our number is 108.
So we keep it 108. We don't add, we added to the free health, free clinic and mental health. Do we not want to give them, we gave what they were asking, do we not give 120 to?
120 then.
Okay. The rescue squad, 15K. Personally, I think since we use their boats and chief,
Let's
do you think
leave
we
it
have a
right there.
good
Let's leave it right
relationship
there.
with them?
I do think 15 is fair this year, but I do think
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I do think long-term that we should equal the county appropriation.
What is their county?
I believe it's 22 or 22.5, something like that.
Okay. Okay, then we have NARCOG. Again, I think that warrants a conversation, if Mr. Jackson would like to have it, or, I don't, do we have a liaison to there? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Mr. Jackson, are you back on the line? He had to drop off. Said he would come back. So what do you want to do with that? Do you want to put a hold on that one until there's some more clarification?
You want to leave it at 135, how John has it plugged in?
Yeah.
Let's just do that for now. The next Princess Theater, 72. Did you want to do the 5% that you did? with Lucky?
68.5 is
Okay.
5%.
All right. Powerfield?
I'd recommend leaving Prior Field Council where it is with the amount of activity that we have going on with industrial growth.
I'd like to at least leave it at the 30.
Yeah, I agree.
I would like to see more of an investment, but I realize we are a 1/4 partner.
Volunteer Center?
6,800.
Okay. The orchestra there?
What was the one on the prior field?
It's 30. Same.
Okay.
Yeah, to be clear, whenever I say where it is, that is the FY '21 budget.
The orchestra we had not given
Yeah,
last
right.
year, is that a takeout? Okay. The chamber, 5-year plan,
What's that? number?
50,000.
Chuck, with the discount.
Well,
we committed-
that would
is
be
the-
2,500 if we took that out. The only, yeah, so
So the thing about that
47.
is we made a commitment
I
to
know.
I thought that was a commitment,
Yeah,
so,
let's keep it at 50.
yeah, I agree.
It was the 5-year.
Well, if that's the case, the DDRA was a commitment as well.
I think we kept, did we not keep that at the same?
I thought we did 71, but
Yeah, we
Oh,
reduced
yeah,
by
we did.
3,100.
I'd
should
like
we,
to keep
was,
them.
that's my understanding, it's a commitment. So
Herman,
if we,
is that a commitment to DDRA?
I don't remember a long-term commitment.
I don't have a paper.
well, they present us a 5-year plan. We have kept them at that same number. And
I would personally like to see them stay the same, but
So from 71, go back to 74.1. Did you get that changed, John? Okay.
okay, all right.
Hands Cross Decatur,
0.
and Boys and Girls Club will take care of at the school system.
Okay, I show us now overall at a position of 107,163 deficit going into looking at the budget.
Does that put 100 in for B and B? Or is that what you're doing?
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right.
Say that again?
For best and brightest, it includes money for best and brightest.
It includes 100 for the E-Center and 100 for Best and Brightest.
Okay,
So that's a growth of appropriations by $107,163.
No.
no,
We were at.
We started out the day with a gap in the general fund budget of 169,957. We talked about the trash billing increase. We talked about the school coverage, and then we talked about the approach. The 169, after you take that all into consideration, the 169 deficit is now a 107,163
Okay, okay.
deficit.
It has reduced by about 62,000.
Yes.
I just want to be clear what we're talking about.
and that's an additional 100,000 for the best and brightest, so that's a pretty good thing.
Ray just asked what time and what number should he call.
Can we take a break?
Yes.
That'd be nice.
Yes, if you'll take a break and ask Stacy and she can get him and,
Do you want
another.
to? Yeah.
Yeah, and, tell him probably 10 minutes, if that's okay, if you can, 10 minutes. All right, very good.
And what's our plan to break for lunch?
Uh,
Or are we going to be done before then?
I don't think.
Let's
we
try
really-
to get done.
I mean, done before lunch?
Yeah,
Okay, so, but you need a break right now?
yes.
So.
I just want
I
to be
just
clear.
need 2 minutes. I need 2
I
minutes.
just wanted to be clear,
We'll
that's all.
we'll do 7 minutes of a
Oh.
potty break and then we'll be back. How about that?
through and looked at revenues, and pretty much adjusted revenues as comfortably as I felt. So, you know,
Well, John, could I-
cuts on expenses.
Can we at least go through the email that you sent us that shows FY '20 and FY '21 and explain where those reductions took place?
Sure.
Are we
So-
on the email from the 4th?
It's around that time, I believe.
This is one by department?
Yes. And at least understand where reductions
Yeah,
occurred.
I can point out the big ones.
Let me catch up to you, John, give me 1 second.
And I would like to say that,
Expenditure comparison,
By department?
Yes.
is that what we're talking about?
No, you're talking about revenues, right, Chuck?
No, I'm talking strictly expenses.
Ray Harden, are you on the line?
Yes, I just dialed in.
Okay, Ray.
Good morning.
Let's take a pause, guys, from that. Let's not get involved in that. All right, Ray, thank you for short notice giving us a call. We have a question about the increase in the garbage pickup. We were told it was because of software, then Chris, you got your answer. Could you just clarify that for us, please?
Yes, I have Steve Perkle here with me, and I'll do my best to explain that. There are two factors that cause the increase in the calculation. We discovered a few years ago that we were underbilling the garbage billing service to the city. The primary reason for that is that we were not including any of the labor from our billing clerks in that calculation. We were only including 1% of their time, not the actual percentage that you see there in the calculation. So this year we added the billing labor into that calculation. The other thing that changed was the allocation rate to the garbage billing because the line item for taxes is no longer there. That's handled differently in our new software. And so it was billed based on the number of line items on the bill, and there's fewer line items there now. So the calculation rate went from 13% up to about 17%, I'm rounding, and then that is being charged against a higher number because we're included our billing labor in that new calculation. Those are the two factors that impacted the increase.
You said the original admin fee for your billing was 1%. What did it go to?
It went to the 17%, which is the allocation that you see on the top third of that sheet of paper. I assume you have what we sent over, the description of the calculation.
I'm sorry, we don't have the sheet.
Hold on.
Christie's gonna send it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It was mailed back in early August to John, but
I think John's.
what I'm describing is we basically we add up all the bills that we send out every month, electric, gas, water, sewer, lighting, garbage, and all of those added up, each billing category gets a portion of that cost. And so that factor adds up to 17% this year. That's the allocation of costs based on the number of garbage bills. And so that went up from 13% because of the fact that taxes is no longer a part of that calculation. It's no longer a line item.
Right, in the previous software, before we upgraded, the billing clerks actually had to deal with that line item for utility tax every month and make it work. With this new software we currently have with the new company, the billing clerks don't have to do that at all. It's not a line item on the invoice anymore. It's just an internal calculation that shows up as the tax on their invoice. So it's no longer something the billing clerks have to deal with, or it's no longer a line item. So that's why with this new software, it's excluded from that calculation of line items billed each month.
Question?
Yeah, so you're telling me that you have $78,000 worth of labor that you're allocating to garbage? So it went up from 6,000 to 78? It's a heck of an increase. And I realize it was 1% to 17, but you're telling me 17% of your clerical time is spent on that?
It's based on the number of bills, so there are 18,000 and some odd calculation, garbage bills.
No,
and
I want an
that is
estimate of time. I understand bills, but how much of their time is dedicated to that? If it's just included with that, you're just sending cost over to us.
Well, that's what those clerks do all day, every day, is they bill. And so, this calculation was set up long before I was here, and it was determined that this was an equitable way to break out that cost based on the number of line items in the bill. And so that we just followed through with that calculation.
Well, I
It's just
realize that,
that-
Steve, but is that the right way to do it? Just because that's the way you've always done it, I'm asking if that is the amount, is that a fair allocation of their resource time?
Well, if you look at, we bill for 4 utilities, electric, gas, water, and sewer, and the 5th bill there is garbage. Out of 5 services that we bill for, that would be 20%. We're not doing that. It's less than that, but the changes that we included are the fact that previously we were not including any of our billing reps' time, only 1%. So we're following that same calculation now.
Now, my point, Ray, is that I understand you've chosen an allocation method that is based on the number of bills. Is that a fair representation of how their time is spent? Because it would seem...
We believe it is. So we believe it is, and that's when I discovered a couple of years ago that we were just charging 1%. I thought, well, that's not correct, because they spend, that's all they do is send bills out. But I said, let's wait until we get our new software system in and not worry about it. Let's look at it, and we've had that system in now a year. It's been a little over a year. So we have a true representation of how that software is used, and we feel like this is a true representation of our costs to do that billing.
So you're telling me that if you did not do this for the city, your costs would go down by $78,000?
Probably wouldn't go exactly that much. But
Then you shouldn't be charging us any more than what the incremental cost is.
I guess my question
Well,
is, you're
Go ahead.
you're already billing for gas, electric, water. I guess my question is just kind of the same as Chuck's, just a different view of it, is really adding the garbage to that. You're going to send that bill anyway. Is it really $78,000 worth of difference? If you weren't sending the bill already for something you're receiving for, maybe I could see that. I'm with Chuck a little bit on that, but.
Well, I think if you were to look at, the city is in the garbage business, and if you want to collect your bills, you got to mail bills. If you were to compare what we're charging to what any billing service would charge you, you're gonna pay $2 or $3 a bill. You're seeing a significant discount by the volume that we do every month with all of our other bills. I think that the cost per unit of billing here is a pretty reasonable representation of the cost. But now, one thing we could do, if this is something that's causing some strain on the city's budget, is we could implement this increase over 2 years and split the difference this year to try to ease that increase over a 2-year period.
I think that's some of the issue, is it went from 1% to 17%.
Yes, quite a
And
jump.
probably, obviously, it would have
Yeah.
been staggered if it would have been called earlier, but I think that's fair, to split it over 2 years.
13 to 17.
Oh, it went from 13 to 17?
13 to 17.
Okay,
I
thank
thought
you.
it went from 1 to 17. They had allocated $6,000, and now they're allocating $78,000.
That's another line item.
Yeah, okay, they said there are two issues. The first was that whether billing clerks they were only being given 1% for their time. And then the second issue was the 13%, the tax issue.
Thank
So I
you.
think it's kind of getting
Yeah.
mingled, but still, it's quite a bit of an increase, I see. And the 2-year, if we stagger that, what would that be, John or Kyle? How?
The increase, well, if it's a 4%
Half.
increase.
So it'd be 2 each year.
It's cut in half.
So what are we looking at,
So
money?
instead of a $75,000 up for us, it would be.
37.5.
37.5.
But remember that this is a percentage, right? So anytime he gives a pay raise or the fringe benefits increase or postage goes up, we're gonna take 17% of that.
Yeah.
I'm seeing merits in both sides in this thing, and I think it's a little bit complicated to try to iron out right now. I think there should be some face-to-face meetings, sit down and talk about it.
I guess, Ray, are y'all still there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, I guess Mr. Kirby is asking for some meetings. Are y'all willing to meet?
I think we're glad to meet and go over this calculation again, but we provided, the calculation we've provided is how we determine the cost of what we're charging. So we'll be glad to meet and explain it.
Perhaps we can set something up next week, or the week after?
Well, you're gonna have to do it before that.
Yeah,
We're
whatever-
gonna balance the budget.
Whatever your timeline is.
On this year-
Have you got time later this week?
Well, I
I
think
do.
the solution they recommended was that it would be divided up over 2 years. I mean, he's obviously
Yeah.
saying it's their cost.
Yeah,
Has
Charles,
it-
I
so-
think you can talk with him until you're blue in the face. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. I think the best we're gonna do is 37.5 divided in 2 years.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm just not sure that we comprehend what they're saying accurately, and I don't know if they're accurately comprehending our questions.
I understand what they're saying. If anybody else wants to talk to him, you can, I think. But, I mean, you're welcome to meet with them. I think we're gonna have to absorb it. So I think with Christie, we just go ahead and put in the budget 37.5.
Yeah,
What do you-
to be fair, what we did was, this increase in the bill from DU was the reason for us to increase the cost we charge to the citizen.
Sure,
Right.
on the trash pickup. Right.
So if you cut that in half, then I can do the calculation.
That increase will be.
That increase will be less than.
It's a net zero effect.
It
for-
doesn't,
Right.
it doesn't affect the general fund, it just affects y'all's decision on whether you want to increase the rates for the citizens.
Changes that number.
That number, yes.
I don't think you want to do it, I think you want to get the pain over with.
I do too.
I know we have to plug a
I
number
think we
in.
should too.
I don't think you want to. I said, I think you got, I don't want to hit them twice in 2 years. If we're going to hit them, we need to hit them one time.
Right, and this doesn't even include what's going to be presented in the near
And-
future.
And
with
again,
the
I'm glad
increase.
DU's on the line. I mean, they're probably going to present something else of quite a bit of an increase for cutting their SSO overflows in half. That's going to require council, it's going to require a rate increase as well. DU, is there anything else that we need to be aware of rate increases coming up? Are you changing budgets on us or anything like that?
No, we have presented all of our budgets to our board, and they are considering those. And you're right, we are awaiting some feedback from them. We've presented 4 options to them on our rehab plan for our wastewater system, and those are various, essentially, depending on how aggressive we get, means that we have to go to the market to borrow more money to try to compress that work into a shorter time frame. It's really that simple. So
Which essentially adds up to a rate increase.
it will at some point this fall. We will be coming once the board makes a final decision on the plan that we're gonna go with will be coming to the council, to look at what that rate plan needs to be. Obviously, we can't go to the bond market related to that until we know what our rates are gonna be.
And I guess my question, when do you think your board was going to have a recommendation on that? You had a meeting the 17th. I'm just looking for what your board is going to bring to council as their recommendation.
Well, I can't speak for them. We have another meeting in September 16th. I believe it's possible that they will make a decision at that point, but I'm not sure what their timeline is at this point.
I mean, I guess my question is this, if we're going to have to increase rates on both of those, do we not do them all at the same time?
Well, your CPI bill will
Right.
affect automatically.
October 1, yeah.
Okay.
So we're just asking for the increase.
Let's just take care of this line item right here with regard to the 78,000.
Okay,
Yeah,
you have
what John
70
needs is a budget
You have
number here.
37.5 on the budget, right? Because they said they would do a 2-year increase.
So we have to adjust our revenues.
Okay.
I think we should just do it, the whole amount.
It equates to $4.92 per resident a year. For the year.
Christie, my problem with that is you're looking at minimum of $12 increase with the SSO.
And
That
possibly
is
up to
another, that is
$22.
another $4 on top of that. I would rather see it incrementally done. I think you can't just do that. I think that's.
The $4 is for the whole year, not the month. $4.92 for the whole year.
Okay, so you divide that by 12.
41 cents.
Yeah,
Yeah, because you know what?
again, I think that's hard for some people. Again, we go back to the poverty level of the city of Decatur, what we're going through right now, and I think you have to incrementally do that. I mean, you're talking people that won't have water and electricity, and I just think they need, some people probably need time to absorb that, and it's just the times. I mean, personally, if it were me, I'd rather it hit me at once. But I feel like the majority of our residents need time to absorb that. Does that make sense? I'm just trying to be,
We can agree to disagree, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm just trying to be considerate
Like
of
Chuck
their-
said, we
how
should
they're
bite
gonna-
the bullet and just do it all right now.
I want the resident to have time to absorb that cost, and I don't know how they're gonna do that. I wish I could help them all, but I don't know how each household.
Right, but you just ask, if Brandon present to us, that's gonna be something probably that we'll have to answer to come October, about another.
Hey, Paige.
Yes, sir.
This is no different than trying to put
Just one thing to consider, in whatever wastewater rate plan we end up coming to the council with, I think it's likely that we would ask to divide those increases up over multiple years as well. I think we want to obviously be cognizant of the fact that
they don't agree with it.
we don't want to hit people with a massive increase at one time, so
And that's
we're,
my concern. Ray.
once we,
I want the folks to be able to plan for that. That for some people that's going to be difficult, and I appreciate that. I think that's mindful, and I appreciate that. I think they're both good things, and I think they have to happen. Things go up, but I do think that easing them in rather than one is at least gives our residents time to maybe adequately look for funding for that. I don't want to put anybody in a bind.
They've just found a way to try to reduce costs.
Thank you for that.
Taking out
we'd be happy to help you identify other billing vendors that could give you some quotes on what it would cost you to bill it on your own. And I think that would not be an attractive number. I think the volumetric, the volume that the discount that you get from combining it with our bill is the best value for the citizens.
Question, this may be Tracy may need to help me on this. We've talked about the public-private partnership going ambulances into fire stations. We'll have to have billing for that.
Disagree with it.
Could they essentially do that for us then?
I don't know for sure, but there would have to be.
So it could possibly be that we would have our own billing department at some point with that we may not need DU anyways for that.
Most places have been in this more than one person. It's pretty complicated, so I would say we could use multiple people.
Okay.
Doing the operation.
Just thinking outside. Okay. Charles, do you want to make a time to talk with them? Or?
Yeah, I've sent an email to
Okay,
ask for time.
okay, Ray, I think Charles has sent you an email.
All right, we'll look at it.
Okay.
Well,
Ian?
I just want to say, I think that you really need to rethink your methodology, because what this says is that your cost would go down by $232,000 if you didn't have to do the city's billing. And I really challenge you on that, to show me that that's the case.
All right, well, I understand your point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Ray.
questions? Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
All right, John, back to, where were we? Sorry.
You asked about the comparison.
Oh, yes,
of the park
comparison.
level. I've got the sheet. It's
Thank you for
not
providing
gonna match
phone
perfectly
number.
because the sheet was done.
Right.
We made some changes.
Okay,
But
thank
It's going to give you a good indication of
Thank you, sir.
where the changes are.
Okay, thank you. It's much easier to see.
Close, but it's not. The number is not going to match exactly to the version, the general fund budget version you have. Because there were changes made. Again, the big difference is in general terms, where there's no capital, there was a very thorough scrutiny of training and travel. Those were probably the biggest decreases. On the increase side, when you see departments increasing, is generally personnel costs.
Well, the biggest area at over $1 million is police. So what happened there?
Are you able to bring up?
I can tell you that it's definitely not defunded.
Well, you know,
Okay.
Did we, in this number here, did we add the crossing?
Yes, the vehicles are in there.
There's a huge decrease because of the capital for the vehicles.
Well, it's in 21. I put the 500 in 21.
Correct. But I think we funded more than 500,000 in previous years.
Right, so you're saying that the vehicles,
You're talking.
so you've put, this is capital and expense?
it's personnel, it's operating.
No, I'm saying you said you've got
So his answer is
$500,000
yes.
for vehicles.
That was, I added that because that was a last minute change, so I
Did
added
you,
that to
is it in the
21.
15 million from 20?
I don't know.
Are we looking at apples to apples?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yes.
trying to, I don't know where these numbers originate from, so that's.
I made them up, no.
As far as like 500 being there for vehicles instead of, I think traditionally done 800 or more.
The reason why I asked that is because last year
And
we
some of
had a
that's
police department
billed out
and a
of
general
vehicles.
fund and a police department and a crossings fund. Where this year, the crossings fund is no longer.
But the crossing fund only went to police cars. Okay?
Correct.
So we should be looking at,
I believe I probably, well, I can't guarantee.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that John brought the two together to show, hey, this is how much money we give to the police department, then
well,
that would be a reason for your decrease, because in previous years, we funded close to $1 million for police.
well, I realize that, but
This year, it's 500,000.
Yeah, and that was the point I was trying to make. If you've gone from that amount to say 500,000 or so, you talk about maybe half the number of cars, which is typically, we try to make it a sixth of the fleet.
okay. So can you pull up the 20 budget, not counting the crossings fund, and tell us what that is for the police?
John, in this new budget that we were provided today, is personnel, is it in here? Personnel numbers?
The personnel numbers are in there.
They are.
Those are the latest and the greatest with
Are
the
they broken
exception.
down, are they broken down individually so we can see exactly what
By
we're looking at?
department?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we said, the retirement numbers aren't firm, and the medical, we put in 4%.
4%,
and
it can
change.
fluctuate, yes. Okay. And we're waiting on numbers?
He's
Okay.
14,474, 880.
14, 4, what?
7484.
74,
And then
okay.
add the-
So if you're looking at apples to apples, it's 14,474 versus 14,097. Oh, 96, excuse me. Oh, 96, 14,096.
Because you had $1.1 million for police and crossings last
Is there any other department that has vehicle money associated with it in these numbers?
Check Parks and Rec for 20.
What about the garbage trucks? Would that?
Yeah, the only places it would be street and environmental,
They'll come out of unassigned fund
fire,
balance.
It's not a part of this.
Okay,
and
then,
Parks and Rec.
so I'd like to look at numbers X any vehicles at all. Because those are capital items.
That's what I said before.
John, when you answered that as far as
Look at
street and
it,
environmental,
Yeah, I mean,
Well, no, I
would
mean,
that have been only the one
I
listed
can't
as solid
tell
waste, or could have been more
what's
than one?
going on if we spent twice as much in capital and half as
I'm
much.
just guessing where the vehicles could be from a
Oh,
historical.
okay. No solid answer,
No
just guesswork.
solid.
Okay, all right, thanks, John.
Where the possibilities are.
And can we do this? Can we, on these FY20, FY21, if they went up, there are several I have them marked. Can we go to the department? In fact, legal is the first, 20 was 666.70. It's going up 611.88.
That's personnel.
Okay?
What is mayor council going down?
Marketing.
Marketing. Ah, big.
And let me go back to legal real fast. In 20 budget, Herman, the council elected to have, well, it was 100,000 plus on an outside firm helping you and Chip do things like that. Has any of that money been used? If not,
Yes.
why not?
It's been used,
Okay?
it's been used to help, there was no money put in the budget to cover legal expenses on the bill grant. The litigation, see, we don't have insurance to cover that litigation. So that's where the money's being spent.
And I think
If we
that-
had that, we would have been.
I think the
Well, I'm
number,
glad we had it. I don't think that
Do
was
you
the
have-
intent of
do
the
you have
council.
five
I don't know.
without-
But, again, I'm glad we had it, but
We
again,
took away our options.
yeah.
And
I would
that was
hope in
either-
the future, you
Hold
would
on,
use
I
that,
can't hear
how
you.
this council actually
Yeah,
allotted
we
that.
would
money.
have, but then we had to, make sure.
What was that total for that legal? For the bill grant?
But
We're not done
it's
yet.
going up.
Well, what do you have right now to date?
I don't know, I'm sorry.
I think.
Give me an approximate.
Approximate, first of all, the number was like 74,000,
Okay?
okay? And I want to say we've spent maybe half of it.
Maybe spent more than that. Yeah, let's just say, easily, I don't think it's gonna be 50 to 60,000.
Okay. So I would assume more legal bills will come out of that because that is not finished yet. Where do you anticipate to get that money from?
It's also in next year, hopefully, that same amount was put in next year's budget, and I would cover with that, and then, any other outside counsel that we may need. You know what I'm saying, is that should.
It looks like it's going to eat it up before you get to any other outside counsel that you would need on the bill grant if that's what you need it for.
No, I'm hoping that the expenses are gonna go down.
Unless it goes
The
to a jury
expenses-
trial.
The litigation expenses should go down. Part of it was also to cover legal expenses for the closing, condemnation. There's no money put in the budget to cover the legal expense for condemnation.
Okay, are you telling me in the past however many years in the government of Decatur, Alabama, there's never been anything put in the budget for condemnation?
Not for this specific
No,
project.
it's a particular project.
You're talking for 20?
I'm talking about the 20.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I thought this
You were
was-
saying broad, and I was like, I
No, I'm
can't.
talking,
do
I'm
that.
talking about for 20, that's where, there was no money put in the 2020 budget to cover the cost of the condemnation.
I just wish that if that was what you were using for, you would have come to council with that, and not today, when we're looking at a new budget, because I know when I voted for that, it was for a different purpose.
I understand.
I'm glad it was there as a safety net, but I wish we had been made aware of that.
Okay, I appreciate it, but that's where it's going, though.
And I would
I
suggest.
would like for it to go somewhere else, but if.
Yeah, well, and I would suggest if the 100, whatever we put in, 70, whatever, that for outside legal counsel, that you would make the next council aware that you're using it for the Bill grant too, as much as you
I'm
can.
using it for outside legal counsel.
Yeah, but again, the
That's
Bill
what-
grants would
that's
use.
what it's doing.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Municipal court going up
That's
from.
personnel,
Personnel?
city clerk personnel. Revenue went down because they no longer have the temp position.
Finance?
Personnel.
Personnel, okay.
Maintenance, there was probably a number of maintenance things added
Hires?
We did hire a new position.
and new positions. Yeah.
Community development? Not much.
Not much. You had people, in community development, you had Dana leaves, Suzanne got hired, that was a decrease in
Right.
cost.
Administrative? 221.81, 292, 663.
Who?
SES admin.
Hold on. The one thing I want to try to get a better handle on is that the police went down 400,000, fire is 60,000. Are there specifics there as far as what?
I know when we went through the process, there was a lot more discretionary training, and there was some equipment items that might have been taken out. I'm going to say the bulk of it was in discretionary training, where you look at the fire department, excuse me, most of their training is certification related. It's the paramedics, the EMTs, and things like that, where the police department
Nothing was removed that was,
conferences.
that would require us to maintain certification. Other than that, the chief was very helpful in trying
Okay.
to help us get the budget down. We didn't take away anything that was a necessity for the protection and serving our community.
Okay, thank you.
And I have some concerns in that regard, regarding some of those training and certifications. I think we're probably well below where we need to be as a city on some of those.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're not providing the tools people need to do their job in today's environment.
Please check with Chief Allen, but I think you'll find that he
Yeah.
was happy and willing to do on the
Okay.
majority
You
of the
know,
budget.
small arms training for qualifications that's in there, those types of things
That did not get,
did not get cut.
okay, all right.
Because they have to, it's a requirement that they have to qualify. I don't know if it's quarterly, semi-annual, or annual. How often do you have to? Once a year, so that's in there.
Well, I'm going to echo that. The training for police, it seems daily, is going to change due to circumstances.
Yeah.
I don't want Chief Allen or any of our officers to feel like they can't get what they properly need. So I want them to feel free to come back and ask for what they need, because every day is changing for our officers.
Yeah, I mean, in our discussions, like the mayor said, we didn't get any pushback when we had the discussions. There were a lot of different conferences and things like that.
Well, but
gotta win.
I think nationwide circumstances have changed a little bit, probably since you had those conversations, that we want to keep up to date with what the
Probably will
training.
continue to evolve.
Yeah,
So SSE admin, did we decide what that was?
that's what?
That's street environmental.
I know what, yeah, but why, when I,
Add a position?
We added a position.
Yeah,
I thought you said there were no positions added.
Ricky's salary is now 100% the general fund. as
Oh,
opposed to
God,
50-50.
yep, that was it.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Chuck, you're right in what you said.
there's no new positions.
Okay.
SSE Streets, that went down, actually. I'm sorry. Solid Waste went up.
You thought there might be vehicles involved somewhere in there, right?
No, I'm saying, the comment I made was if there were vehicles, there's only 3 or 4 places it could be.
Gotcha.
Would this not incorporate the 3 garbage trucks?
No.
Okay. So.
It's probably personnel, you look at that.
Okay.
Mike, was there, do you see anything in the system that was a big bump? Can you tell?
Solid Waste?
Solid waste?
And keep in mind, when we're talking about flat funding and that type of stuff, you've still got significant inflation in place, at least 2.7 a year. So when you say to an apartment, you spent 100 last year, you can spend 100 this year, even if that's what we got to do budget-wise, it means they can actually purchase less this coming year.
But
Yeah,
understand this,
some
too.
departments went down significantly, so instead.
But we had the discussion. We know revenue is an issue, so you've got to expect downward adjustments. It's as simple as that. I can't sit here and have everybody talk about why we're not making adjustments to the budget and we should be spending less and everything else, and then come in the next year with a bigger budget.
What did you do with that copy machine for those bills?
Yeah, well.
Well, and again, let's address, you said revenue is an issue. Well, you just told us a few minutes ago you thought revenues would be up at the end of the year. So.
But it is an issue.
It is an
because if
issue
have a
until we know
second
what it is.
shutdown-
Just, I think you need to be very careful when how you say
No.
that, but.
Why I'm saying it's an issue is because we're not out of the woods. If we have a second shutdown,
I agree
we've
with you.
we've cut to the bone as it is. You know, if we take additional hits on revenue, we're in trouble. We're not,
No, I agree with you. I just think the public needs to know that
Yeah.
if everything goes as now expected, you're looking at revenue being fine. Animal shelter went up. I'm assuming that's personnel too?
Parks and Recreation on that one, that was
Right.
reflected largely a lot of temp and part-time reduction, isn't it?
there was a number, Jason gave a number.
Very, very voluntary with his cuts that he gave to us.
But I'm pretty sure they're temp and part-time
There was
heavy.
numerous
It was
lines.
temp, it was overtime.
A lot of it was overtime.
And we are already seeing some effects of that. For example, there's, like, the dog park has gotten in bad shape. You got 2 trees that are dead. We're going to continue to see those type of effects as long as we're forced to deal with these reductions.
Okay, can I go back to animal shelter? Let's stay in order. Animal shelter, was that personnel?
Yes.
Okay. Parks and Rec, now you can go for that one.
Have we assumed in Parks and Rec that our parks are going to operate at 100% or some amount less?
I think the assumption was
Yeah,
less.
Chuck, I'm seeing more activity, I think, in just my personal observation.
I'm just trying to see what their thinking is going into, because grass cutting is in this as well, is it not?
It is.
Did that get cut?
No.
There's no cut in grass, okay.
So league play. Jason, you want to call, buddy?
Jason Lake, are you there?
I'm here.
Wow.
Jason, help us out versus.
It took me, hey, with these sausage fingers, it's hard to hit that button, you know?
Jason, the question is that, what is the assumption that you're making as far as the utilization of our fields and stuff for 21? Is it 100% or is it less than that?
Well, no, we're looking at about a 9% cut. And what that generally is going to mean is some of the pre-merge that we've done, and I can get you a list of all the things, because when we of course we've been here before, so when we start looking at budget cuts is the things that we can put off for this year. And like I say, some of that may be fertilizer, it may be
pre-emerge, overseeding, different things as far as temporary employees. We won't have some of the man hours that we did before. But as far as mowing parks and that kind of stuff, that's still in there. As far as all the right-of-way cuts and all that is still in there. So as far as what it's going to look like for the city, for those areas, there won't be any change in that.
So the net is that our residents really wouldn't see a reduction in anything. We would just be delaying some things for a little while.
Right, for this budget year, and as, you know, will it take us a little bit longer to get to something that we were able to right away? Yeah, probably, but those are things that, in talking to, John and the mayor, is if we do have things come up, what we did was we just said, hey, as long as you'll work with us and we can come back to you, if there are things that we don't know about right now, that's fine. But most of it is in your temporary employees, and then the rest of it is generally maintenance oriented stuff.
Hey, Jason, I guess I'm gonna, are you seeing, and you and I have discussed this right now, I've noticed, and I've had a lot of calls of a lot of trash, especially on roads, once we have mowed them. I know we were using inmates before, and they're not, we can't use them right now. And that was, so there's no picking up of the trash before the mower goes over and does kind of blow that out into the public. How do we address that in the future?
Well, for the short term, of course, the obvious answer is hopefully we'll be able to start getting inmates again soon. But what's going to happen before that is, of course, after the reorg, is we're actually filling those positions now. So once we can get some more bodies into the organizational structure, because, and that's 100% my fault, is when we started the reorg talks, I had, of course, no thinking about a pandemic, so we had a lot of open positions. So now that we can hire those positions and put them to work, that's going to give us more people that can help with those type of things.
Okay, time out 1 second. You said this budget had no new positions. And he's
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm talking to John right now, Jason,
No new positions.
but he's talking about hiring people.
The only positions he's got that are hiring people are the ones where you approved his reorg.
Which are 3, right? How many are there? 3, Jason?
Well, but no, there were several open positions also that
Existing positions.
Okay.
right.
So what's your total positions that you're looking at?
You talking about the
I would have to get with Rochelle and go through. There's quite a few.
Yeah, well, see, that was the question, if you remember, council, when we addressed this issue, was how many positions, were you creating positions, or were you just bumping or changing what their qualifications or their title was and their compensation? And if you remember, we actually had to come back to it because there was some discrepancy on whether it was going to be a positive or negative impact on the budget. And so it was.
We deemed that it was $9,000 at the end of the day, and that there were new positions, but there were reductions in other things, so.
Well, I guess
think
I'm
that
asking,
you're-
what is the, and Rochelle, are you on the call?
All the positions we're talking about are all funded positions.
And I just want to know the number. I just want to know the number of positions.
The unfunded positions that cause the discrepancy will not be hired, because those are unfunded, they've been unfunded.
Okay, I just want to know the number of positions that you're actively looking to hire. And if Rochelle's on the call, I can get with her. Anything else? You ready to move on to the next one? Thank you, Jason.
Council President,
Yes.
now realizing that our directors are on the call, would you want to see if Chief Allen's on the call and go back and ask some questions of the chief? that
I
you
don't
might
have any. Do you have any?
Chief Allen, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
I just wanted to make sure the conversation we had was, given today's environment and the things that are going on, we just want to make sure that the funds that are there being provided to you next year don't place us in any known peril, and that you feel comfortable where we are.
I do feel comfortable where we are, and you're absolutely correct. We discussed that with Mayor and with finance.
Okay.
But if something comes up that we would need to go to, that we would find the funding to send the officer to it.
Well,
The training is coming, we agree with.
Thank you very much.
We just wanted to clarify that.
Okay?
Cemetery, which Jason, you're on there still, it went up. Personnel, I guess, or,
Yeah, that's,
okay? Hey, Jason, are you on there? Real quick question.
I am.
On the cemetery, you know, the Baker Foundation had asked for the equipment. I'm not sure where they are on their fundraising for their chapel, which if they redo that chapel, then we will need a place to put our equipment. Do you know where they are on that fundraising effort?
Well, the last conversation I had was, the fundraising portion for of course, and I think that's what you just said, is just for the chapel, and then we would be I think they've looked at us funding a new, maintenance building.
So I'm
But as far as where the Baker Foundation is, I don't know where they are as far as the money to redo the chapel.
So I'm assuming,
I just know that they're actively pursuing that.
so I'm assuming the maintenance building is not in your budget for this year?
No, with that being because that would be a pretty good cost. We would need to go through and, just, like we always do, when we do something like that, is we'd have to get the drawings and go through the process of,
I thought you had the drawings. I thought Cindy Strickland had shown me drawings that an architect in, I think, Atlanta had done, giving renderings of a maintenance building. Maybe, do you have?
Correct, but since then, there's been 2 or 3 different ideas about that.
Okay.
I think the one for the church, or the building in the middle of the cemetery, I think that's definitely, because, that's really nice. But as far as the maintenance building goes, I know they've had conversations with Jack Fight and others as far as where to go with that. But like I say, that would just have to be something that would just go into capital.
Well, I guess my question is, if tomorrow they had the money to finish their chapel and wanted to start construction on that, we would need to have appropriate measures for our equipment to be covered, right?
We would. My understanding is that isn't imminent. So for them to put the money together and do everything they would need to do to start that chapel, once we know that's going to happen, we would just need to ask for that in our capital. And this year, when we're cutting budget, it didn't make a lot of sense to add it to a budget that's already been cut.
Okay, just curious. Thank you. Train Depot is a negative. The next one I have is the garage. Personnel? And that's all that I see, or does anybody else have any
On
other?
the engineering, is that a decrease in training and travel?
Where are you, Charles? Engineering?
Engineering?
Right under all the SESs?
Oh, that's a big decrease, yeah.
Carl, are you on the call?
Carl, are you on?
Pull that up, Kyle.
Guess not.
the information services reduction.
Yeah, that's significant.
And I'd like to know what miscellaneous includes.
Is that reserve is in there?
No. Miscellaneous is our kind of catch-all. Like
1 million.
Is that like 053 or 054?
054.
Okay.
The decrease there is related to the payroll lapse, reserve, if you call it. took that -$1 million.
So we're going to increase, are we doing, we were trying to reduce that, right?
Right, so we put a negative expenditure.
Because you know,
I don't know where the lapse is gonna be in which department.
we know historically there's been at least $1 million in payroll lapse. But we can't tell you so much in one department, so much in another. So we just put one single entry to wipe out that lapse.
Oh, that's what you're doing with the pay, that's where you're putting the
Hey,
payroll
we had that
lapse.
discussion about the payroll.
Okay, for that, what we're talking about, so that there's no confusion, that's where we talked about that there are open positions or unfunded positions that should be either funded during the year, but they may be funded in April and things of that nature. And rather than try to put that in each department, he's put it right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We fund, all our funded positions are funded at 100%, whether they're encumbered or vacant.
Yes.
And so any sort of vacancy
Okay, all right.
equates to the.
The Shazam, there was a $28,000 payment to Shazam last year.
Yeah,
That's also in that same spot.
We're done with that.
We're done with that.
okay, all right.
Let's drop down to planning. That's a significant decrease in planning, I would think probably should be one of our biggest things. What is
There was,
that decrease?
I know personnel was severely decreased because we had someone that was at retirement level, at a high position that we budgeted to be filled at the lower level.
Carl's going to join us here shortly.
Carl, a portion of engineering decrease was, last year we had $125,000 in capital for pedestrian traffic signal. This is, again, there was
That would be at the
Okay.
museum.
traffic signal and then the traffic signal Austin High, 100K, which is conversation.
Now, I'd like to revisit planning, though. I know we have several positions we're looking for right now in planners, do we not?
One planner, 3 position.
Is that the only thing we're looking for?
At this time, that's the only thing that's posted till
No,
we.
no, I understand, but in the budget, are we not trying to fill other positions?
We're trying to fill a director's position.
And a planner 3?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And if they're filled, they're generally filled at a much lower than the incumbent was.
And I just want to make sure that we're not that we have enough personnel there, so.
We did not, just like we didn't add, I don't think we ever deleted any positions, not permanent positions. There might have been manipulation on part-timers and the temporary positions.
Okay, and what was the information services decrease?
Can I, Carl, are you on the call?
Carl, you there?
Okay.
Not yet.
Let's slow down 1 second and go one department at a time. I can get y'all answers.
That may have been Carl to come in. He's at lunch, is the reason.
Trying to.
Carl, is that you?
I'm trying to.
Okay, Carl's on the phone.
Okay, Carl. Engineering. I think we're asking the question of your budget went down quite a bit. Can you explain why?
I know we took out a lot of training. Are you talking about from what I requested to what it went down to, or from last year to this year?
Last year, this year.
20 to 21, so last year.
The training is down. I know we had extra engineering money in my budget last year for the build grant and a few other projects.
Kyle just named 2 signal projects. So we had the pedestrian crosswalk at the museum, and then there was money in there for the traffic signal at Austin High School.
That's also correct. we also have pedestrian putting up the pavement at Second and Moulton Street that we did this year.
Okay,
The traffic signal at Austin High School, was that the one we bid out for the school system?
Yeah.
So we got paid back that 100,000.
It hadn't been completed yet, so it hadn't completely been built out. So I don't think we've built the school system yet, to my knowledge.
So we will get that money back though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I did have a question. Let's go back to, you said you had some engineering for the build grant. Did that have anything to do with legal fees or anything of that nature? I guess the company we're using to do that?
It was AECom. Those things were AECom, yes.
I guess my question, Herman, are we keeping the legal fees and the AECom all in one budget? Are we bouncing around using your budget that was actually intended for something else and part of Carl's budget? I think we need that in one department or one line item that councils in the future can see what went into the bill grant.
I understand, yeah, we can get you that, to answer your question, what I'm talking about is solely legal expenses.
Okay, so it's our attorney from Athens that we're using this, okay, so, but we're not paying any of AECom out of your money? Okay.
No.
All right, very good.
I know that's a good point. We need to see a true picture of both people.
Yes, sir. Economic development's down a lot.
Oh, thank you, friend. You go back to eat your lunch.
All right, thank you.
Economic development,
That's because I believe we pulled out,
Economic development's the pros.
yeah, I know, did we pull out 911 out of there? Which, somebody got pulled
Are we
out.
skipping IS? We're not doing IS?
We did ask some questions. If you've got that
IS pulled
one,
up.
okay, let him
Go ahead,
answer
I'm sorry.
IS.
Go ahead.
I'm here.
And Brad, you can be specific, I'll just kind of lead you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hardware under 7,500 went down about 200K.
Made an agreement to cut what we normally buy for replacements in half and revisit it mid-year.
So you
Based on how they
cut it in
compromise.
half, Brad?
The normal computer replacements, yes.
Software.
Now, if I can also make a comment, we did buy a lot COVID-related hardware,
Yeah.
laptops, so.
Using CARES Act.
Yeah, CARES
Using
Act.
CARES Act, so it's kind of a balancing act a little.
And then software went down 100K.
Can we use more of the CARES Act?
We're trying.
Software down. What software did we go down on, Brad?
We had a lot last year from the project that was, the Shell project, the timekeeping management thing, and we're spending, or we've already spent that money this year, so it was kind of a one-time thing in that case.
Okay.
We have a little bit we're going to carry over to complete the project this year.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
I do have a question. As we all know, back in the spring, we had a municipality very close to us get hacked and had to pay in Bitcoin. Brad, where are we on security? And do you see there are any things there that we really need to be better prepared for in the future?
Security is a never-ending battle. We have requested money to upgrade our endpoint data protection, which is basically our antivirus, and our email scanner. I have a hard time telling you exactly where that is in the budget because it's an offset of replacing things we already have, but I'd say it's roughly going to be a $20,000 increase a year. But I think it's much needed because the company we currently have, I don't want to say names, we've been bought out by another company, and they've not only have we had problems, they've pretty much made it public that they're only concentrating on their largest customers, of which we would not be one of them. So I think that's a very much needed thing, and I think the money's in there. I can't tell you exactly which line item it is. There is an IS email antivirus under software less than 7,500, but that's not the complete cost. There's another place in here for it somewhere. I just can't find it off the top of my head.
In your expert opinion, do you think 20 grand's enough to put on that every month for security? You're right, security will never end, and there will always be hackers. So how do we keep up best? Do you think 20 grand's the best way to do that?
it's always a risk analysis of how much do you want to spend for what you're trying to protect. And the city has spent a good bit over the past few years, which I'm very happy about. But you can always spend more. You know, it's just trying to figure out what's that point where it makes good sense to keep doing so and when do you need to stop.
Thank you. Any other questions? We'll go back to economic development.
That's the decrease to the lodging for tourism.
Okay.
Because we're expecting a decrease in revenues.
Anything else anybody want to talk about? Any questions?
I'd like to propose an idea.
Okay.
And I'm going to preface this with that this is an attempt of how we balance the budget. That we're, what are we, John? 107?
107, 163.
107, okay. We have added $137,000 this year in cost. $100,000 to Best and Brightest, $16,000 to the free clinic, $11,500 to the health department, and $10,000 to mental health. What I'm going to suggest is this year and this year only, because I stand with the full 1% going to the schools. But given the special need of this year and the fact that they were getting $500,000, they have covered 200. I'm going to ask them to cover 100,000 this year, and we will absorb that next year. We'll figure out a way, and we call it balanced.
So you're saying take 100,000 out of the, in
That still
addition-
gives them 200,000. We're 7,000 apart. Surely we can balance that, and we go from there.
But
And
let
yes,
me
I'm
make sure I'm understanding, where we take the 100, that, ask if we could get the 100 this
We
year.
give the
and in
schools-
22, we're gonna give them 100 more.
we're going to give them their full thing in 22. This one helps us balance it. It's a screwed up year, so
So
either that or we're going to have to cut $100,000, and I don't know where to cut it.
on the expense side, I guess is what we're saying, is we're going to list those organizations as an expense to the school budget and add a $100,000 line back to us.
However you want to do it, John, I'm just,
Right, you're good
the
with
other
that.
way of putting this, there's another way to sell it, and that is that they're helping us fund the Best and Brightest, okay? And they're helping fund the increase to the health. I tried to simplify it and say, leave it with us, help us out 100,000 this year, we'll give it to you next year.
No.
They'll still get 200, they're absorbing 200, and they're giving us 100.
And they might get more than 200.
And they might, well,
The way SSCT's going.
Yeah.
the way it's going up, they'll
Yeah.
get more next year,
We're
but we'll be
talking
out of
about-
their business next year.
We're
That
talking-
helps us, and we're getting it. Now, that's my suggestion to balance it, otherwise we're gonna be here a long
I'll
time.
find 7, the only problem that we could possibly run into is if the retirement rates are really out of line or medical comes in out of line, then we might have to talk again.
Then then we gotta find something, but that's my suggestion, because I don't have any more suggestions right now.
I'm not going to say yes or no, that I think that we have to ask the school board.
We have to ask, I mean, that's fine, but I'm just,
There's a resolution on the agenda for the next meeting to approve giving the school 1%.
Yeah.
Okay, 25% of the SSUT. If we do this, we're going to have to reword that somehow.
I understand, but that's my best suggestion right now.
So
Really, how you would have to reword it is that this 21 year, that we would be expecting them to take out the
less
extra
300,000.
for
Yes.
that and the 100 there.
Yes.
And it's going to have to be worded correctly for me to support it, because, and I'm going to have to bring it to them and let them check it off before I even bring it to the agenda to vote on. I want them to
Well, we
know
could-
that it's secured. This is only a one-year request for these. Now, the allocations, the 4 allocations that are directly related to schools and children, that they keep those. But depending on what they say, I have no problem with that upon their answer, but that's something they have to answer.
If we do,
Let me make this suggestion. We have got, when you adopt the budget, we're gonna have a separate resolution for the school system. It can spell all that out, so maybe tonight is too early. But we can spell out exactly
we
what's
just,
going to pass, because there's other things that come out. So we can do that, but we understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
what-
think that's
yeah,
suggestion.
we just
I'm gonna
need to-
meet at least this afternoon to talk to the school board.
right, we're gonna need to know, if we go down this road, that in fact, we're gonna complete the trip.
And I'm gonna request either Dr. Douglas or some of the school board members, or Mandy come to the meeting so there's no confusion. But it's gonna have to legally be written to their approval before I even support it, but that shouldn't be a problem, I wouldn't think.
Congress gotta tell us, and they gotta tell us.
And we
What
just
we don't
got,
wanna have, and we'll get it on paper.
We'll talk to him as soon as we leave
and
here.
have it in time so we can make the adjustments and not have
Charles, do you have anything?
multiple special meetings.
Christie, do you have anything? Mr. Jackson, are you there? I know he had to drop off. I didn't know he'd come back on. Okay, well, I'll go talk to the school system today. Maybe by tonight I have an answer for you.
Yep. And
Anything
see, I
else?
told you,
Did,
we got it done.
let me ask, that's general funding. Are there any issues or anything with the other small budgets? They're pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
That's Point Mallard and landfill.
Yeah, Fort Mallard and landfill, all we do is to ensure that the revenue estimates are in excess.
Are
of
you
the expense.
anticipating anything out of the general fund for 20 to subsidize Point Mallard?
No.
Okay.
If they show a negative, they're gonna show a negative.
Are you anticipating a negative in any? 'Cause it-
Yes.
How big?
Always negative every year, but
Jason's on the phone right there.
Well, no, it's not always negative. It's always been, if you're not counting their debt service, it's been,
Depreciation.
Depreciation too.
well,
Depreciation.
depreciation and debt service. Are we doing anything to take it out of the
See,
general fund?
I'm not trying to speak for Jason, but they incurred a lot of expenses in preparation.
I understand. I'm trying to understand, is the unassigned fund balance, how big a hit is it going to take due to the Point Mallard not coming in, not covering its cost, not counting debt service and,
I guess I'm just confused. So you just want to do a transfer from the general fund to Point Mallard so that your statement doesn't show a loss?
it's been my impression that any loss, not counting non-cash cost of debt service and depreciation, if there is a deficit, it has to be made up from the general fund. Are we going to have to do that this year? That's all I'm asking.
I think it's been done that way before. I
It
don't know.
is.
It hasn't been done this administration.
Because I don't think it's been a deficit, have we?
We'll have to look at it, Chuck.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant
I
to
actually
give you
have
an
the
answer.
original
I know the
documentation,
numbers
so
don't
yes.
look that great, okay, so.
So I'm just trying to see, I mean, the water park didn't open up. I know they had expenses. So what does that look like? 'Cause
It's about
that's gonna-
$500,000.
Huh?
It's about $500,000.
Okay, so you were saying you think it's going to be a $3 million at the end of the year. That is really going to be about 2.5 if I'm factoring.
Yeah, because that's actually the agreement from TVA and it being a enterprise account, that yes, we have to make it whole
That's what,
without the debt service or the.
right. So I'm just, I mean, we really aren't going to have that full 3 million, excuse me, the next council is not going to have the full 3 million to play with. We need to be cognizant that they have a loss this year. So that needs to be factored in, or at least be
We'll
acknowledged.
take a look at it and see if we
We've always reflected a lot. I mean, I've gone back 7 to 10 years.
Yeah, but-
Looking at the P&L shows a loss every single year.
No, what I'm talking about, in the past 4 years, probably in the last 8 years, the general fund has not had to take funds from the general fund
because it's been
Right.
dead service.
But
and
this year, Mayor, you're saying we are running behind, and we are gonna have to do that.
Well, and keep in mind, they also had that $1.3 million at Jeff's couple
Well-
last year that was their reserve that had to stay in Point Mallard, then I'm sure they were using that to keep them in the black.
So has
that
that-
is gone, that is gone.
That is gone?
That is gone.
Okay, I didn't realize that was 100% gone, but,
Yeah, there was some projects in there and everything. I mean,
Yeah, that is gone.
okay, all right.
Yeah, but that's gone too.
Please look at the small ones, the paving projects are in the gas taxes, so you can see the specific streets that are there.
Yes.
If we approve the 4 that we delayed, I know there was some discussion about that, Regency, 8th, Central, and one other. If we
Regency.
approve them to do
Regency was just
now.
cut into as well.
Yeah, it's like 1,700 foot, it's not the whole Regency service.
Right. But
That was a
those
DE issue.
delays, there's some discussion about funding them this year. If we do, then we have to revisit with different projects, that's all.
Yeah. Okay.
See you at 4:45? Thank you.
It's a separate email you got.
Yeah, 4:45 for that.
From the mayor.
4:45 for that.
That's it,
We're
folks.
adjourned till 4:30.